Good evening and welcome to the Window for the Park. We are now witnessing the match, the South Castries Lions. They be coming up against the Steel Gros Islet Knights. This is the sixth game of the sixth edition of the 2026 SPL. With me, we have the match referee, Mr. John Calix, the umpire, Mr. Dikoto, the captain of the South Castries team, Kester Shalmine, and Kim Animelius from the Steel Gros Islet Knights. I think, Kester, you have the coin?
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's heads. Kimani, you have won the toss. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl first. We don't know what the wicket look like. So we'll try to put South Castries under pressure, take as many wickets as possible in the power play.
I know you had a resounding match on Sunday. Any changes from Sunday's game?
No changes. We go with the same team.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
Kester, what are you guys?
We'll just look to bat properly and set a good total and defend it in the end.
Okay, so this is the showdown between the two Titans. Well, actually, it's a repeat of last year's finals. What are you guys looking forward to?
Definitely looking forward to playing a better game of cricket and playing better cricket for more consistent periods.
Okay, all the best. Good luck. So, as you heard it, the South Castries team, they are going to be batting. So, we're just going to take a quick look at the pitch. It's going to be a new so the first three matches on the wicket which is closest to the western side. Nice flat wicket, a bit of grass rolling, so certainly looks like a very hard surface. So once the batters go out there and apply themselves, certainly is runs for the taking. Certainly the bowlers will have to bowl in the right areas. But usually from what we saw in fact from the last game, the bowlers, the fast bowlers in particular, were able to extract a bit of bounce from this wicket. So all in all, it looks like a good surface and we're in for a treat.
Circles, National Insurance, Flow, Forest Springs, Media Partners, DBS, NBC Real FM, and Vibe Radio. Tonight's game features the Dr. Freezer's South Castries Lions versus the Steel Gros Islet Knights. Could everybody please stand at attention for our national anthem?
Are you doing something else?
Chose to bowl first. Gentlemen, shake hands. Let's play.
Celebrate
Come to the Minderfelder Park in the match number 6, the Gros Islet Knights versus the South Castries Lions. The Knights, they won the toss and elected to field first, so we see Chico moves in now to bowl to Johnson Charles, who gets this one on the pad, turns it towards the square leg region, and they have gone for one. So the South Castries Lions, they have opened up the tally. They are one without loss. And with me is Joseph Sendmav. Good evening, Joe.
Good evening, Greg. Good evening, listeners. And we are in for a very fascinating game this evening. As you know, both teams won the last game, so both teams are on a high. And so we're expecting some quality cricket here this evening.
So Andre Fletcher now. Take strike. You'll be facing up to Tyrell Chico. Good delivery there, just outside the off stump. A bit of movement there. And Andre Fletcher, as we saw in the last game, prepared to just see out a few deliveries. Perhaps get the piece of the wicket before he could start playing his shots. We know Johnson Charles, Andre Fletcher, these are a formidable pair. They have played for the Kings, so they played. This is not the first time they're playing for South Castries Lions together. So Chico again to Fletcher, and this one back of a lane plays it into the short point region. This come through for a single. So Andre Fletcher is off the mark as well. So Joe, certainly this is a repetition of last year's finals, Gros Islet Knights and the South Castries Lions. And we know that these are two big name teams with some very good players. Both of them very top heavy in the sense that the openers are very explosive. So I think we are in for a good treat this evening. And again, back of a length. Johnson Charles perhaps was looking initially to play a pull shot, but I suspect the ball did not bounce as high as you would have anticipated, and just played a check shot, played it back towards the direction of the shot made off. No run resulted. So decent start by the Gros Islet Knights. And very full delivery. Johnson Charles backing away towards the leg side, looking to access the offside, but only succeeded in hitting it straight to Dylan Douglas at the mid-off region. No run resulting. It's a good over so far, Joe, by Tyrell Chico.
Very good over by Chico so far. But the last delivery, Charles not trying to hit it too hard. He should have gone for timing and placement instead.
So Chico moves in again. This one is short and it is into, it looks like Udell Prevail at short backward squares. Johnson Charles, short ball on the body. Just looking to just turn it away and end up straight into the hands of Prevail, who took it on the second bounce. So the South Castries Lion, they have lost the wicket of the talisman Johnson Charles.
A good blow struck there by Tyrell Chico, but I suspect Johnson Charles didn't realize the shot on a fine leg, because he looked surprised when the ball was caught by Prevail. But nevertheless, the Gros Islet Knights, they will be very happy to see the back of Johnson Charles, because we all know if he had stayed there for a few overs how destructive he could be. So very good blow struck there by Gros Islet Knights and Tyrell Chico.
Yes, just a slight correction. I said Udell Prevail, but it is Jadel Cyril who took the catch. So a good breakthrough there by the still Gros Islet Knights to stay the back of Johnson Charles. Having won the toss and inserted South Castries in, they certainly would have wanted them to get early wickets, and that they were able to do in the very first over. Last delivery of the first over. So it looks like Dylan Douglas is going to take up the attack from the southern end. Dylan Douglas, native of St. Vincent. So we have McDonald at the crease, and two Grenadians, Joe St. Mark, so they should be familiar with each other. So Dylan Douglas will be taking up the attack from the northern end. And this one shot outside the off stump, firmly driven to the man at the long on region. Just one run resulting. So with that score, the score moves on to 3 for the loss of 1. So Douglas left-hander. So there's a change in the field. The two men out, the long on and deep mid wicket. So this one on about the pads, just turns it towards the short square leg region, and the scamper through for a single. The fielder comes across quickly, but unable to prevent the single. So the McDonald has moved on to 1. He has opened his account, and this one full delivery, and Fletcher eyes lit up, looking to deposit this one over the long on region, and took just the bottom end of the bat. No run resulting. Douglas again, short delivery, and he bangs it towards the point region, where the captain Kim Animelius stretches to his left and certainly save what would have been 4 runs had it gone through Joseph St. Mark.
Yes, good save by Melius.
Douglas to continue. Sort of a wrong arm and a wide signal by umpire Dikoto. So the score moves on by 1. 5 for the loss of 1. Short delivery and begging to be put away. Loose delivery there by Douglas down the leg side, and Fletcher just using the pace of this delivery and evades the man at short fine leg and gets 4 valuable runs.
A loose delivery by Douglas, and he paid the price. But Fletcher didn't have much to do. He just get back onto it and to the right of the man at short fine leg for 4.
This one shot again, and he just whips this one off the hip a la Gordon Greenwich. Another loose delivery, and good timing there by Andre Fletcher, depositing this one outside the park.
So 2 loose deliveries there to end the over. The previous one he played it down to fine leg, and this one was short and hitting it over the back with the square for 6. So good way to end the over for the South Castries Lion. And from their standpoint, they will want the 2 to stay there as long as possible to give them a good score to defend.
Yes, so after 2, the South Castries Lions, they have moved on to 15. So we have a drizzle, and the umpires have not signaled to the ground staff to bring in the cover, so it looks like it's light enough that they could play through. But it looks like Justin Mab, the ball, they have not retrieved the ball, so it looks like umpire Amide is calling for a replacement ball. So Joseph St. Mark, the 2 overs that we have seen so far, how your assessment of the wicket, how you see the ball coming through? Or
yes, it's coming through a little better, but I think the batsmen out there, they will want to really capitalize on the ball coming to them and playing through the line. And so let's see what will happen, but it's early days.
So Douglas, he will be facing up to Tyrell Chico. Chico haven't gotten the early breakthrough. Had Johnson Charles caught at the short fine leg region by Cyril. The ball is back in play. So Chico moves in now. Short delivery, and he's crumped for room. Looking to pull this one towards the square leg region. Really did not have the room to really free his arms. It looked like the ball may have struck him somewhere closer to the shoulder, the chest area. So good delivery there by Chico, really tucking him up.
Yes, I think the batsman did himself a disservice not getting inside the line of the ball, but to pull, he stayed in the way of the delivery. So I think he made the mistake.
So a dot delivery registered there by Tyrell Chico. He continues, moves into, and this one is up in the air, possibility of a catch. The ball has gone high, and it looks like Simeon Gus. Oh, it's a no ball. Oh my goodness. An opportunity created, but it's off a no ball, and we see now the umpire signaling the free hit. So the bowler Tyrell Chico is committing the cardinal sin of transgressing the crease, and he's been penalized. And he has robbed his team of an opportunity to get a second wicket.
Most definitely, and they will be very disappointed. So the South Castries Lions, they will be very happy that it was a no ball, and they will want to push on.
So changing the field, and Andre Fletcher now is in strike. He will be feasting on that no ball opportunity. And this one is short, and this one is swat. My goodness, towards the square leg region. The fielder perhaps just about a few yards away. Bellis had 2 steps, and the ball had already gone across the line. So Andre Fletcher certainly capitalizing on that no ball opportunity.
Yes, and that ball was hit like a bullet by Andre Fletcher through the backward square leg area. So they will be very happy that they make use of that no ball, that free hit. So good shot by Fletcher, a bad delivery by Chico.
So what is the reply going to be of Tyrell Chico? And this one, full delivery, but certainly angling down the leg side. Ball's cannon into the back pad of Andre Fletcher, but they're able to scamper through for a leg by. So it looked like this evening the drizzle, well, the rain has greeted us again. And this time Joseph St. Mark seems to be a little heavier, but not heavy enough to get the players off the field. Chico to continue. He'll be bowling to Douglas. Back of a lane delivery. Douglas is in defense. Play this one back to the bowler. So it's certainly been a mixed bag from Tyrell Chico. We have seen a few good deliveries. So Chico certainly would want to end the over on a good note. Short delivery, possibility of a wide call by the square leg umpire, Dikoto, and the president of the umpire now has signaled to the scorers. That's wide, so it was way above the head of the batter. So with that extra, the score moves on to 26 for the loss of 1. So 5 deliveries gone. And this one is full and is lofted this one over the head of the man at mid on down to the boundary for 4. So good into the over there by McDonald.
Good shot by McDonald. Chico pitching up and McDonald going through the shot and hitting it over mid on for 4. So the South Castries Lions, they will be very happy. They're getting the boundary in the last ball of this over. But they have a lot of work to do because Johnson Charles is already in the hut. So Fletcher and McDonald, the two Grenadians, they will have to really push on hard.
Yes, so with this last boundary by McDonald, he pushes the score to 27 for the loss of 1. His personal tally is moved on to 5. And Andre Fletcher, he's on 16 not out. So it looks like there's going to be a change in the bowling. It appears like it's going to be Davin Ford. Yeah, Davo Ford is going to take up the attack from the northern end. Short delivery outside the off stump. Fletcher advancing down the track, but unable to get bat to ball. Ball coming up the bottom edge of the bat. Oh, misfield there. Misfield there by the captain Kiman Emelius at the point region. Allows Fletcher to get off strike. So Fletcher tally moves on to 22. And the score moves on to 31 for 1. So McDonald is on strike. And this one short, pulls it towards the mid-wicket region. Kirsten does the filling on the square leg boundary, resulting in just 1. So with that, McDonald moves on to 6. The score moves on to 32. 32 for 1. A good Yokalem delivery there by Davin Ford to the experienced Andre Fletcher. Can do no more than defend. So good bowling there by the young man.
Marvelous bowling by Davin Ford, and to keep Fletcher quiet. That's a good fit. So I'm sure Ford and the rest of the Grizzly Knights team will be very happy with his work so far.
So Davin Ford continues. He'll be bowled to Fletcher. And this one, it looks like a change of delivery So good intelligent bowling there by the young man. He's not just one-dimensional. Certainly looking to mix things up. We just saw the Yokelem delivery the previous ball, and then this last delivery, he just took the pace off it. So certainly not giving Fletcher any sighters as yet. So one would hope that he can end on a good note. He has done well so far in this over. Outside the all-star, man, just a bit too much room, and Fletcher just caresses this one towards the backward point ridge and bisecting the two fielders. And he has got himself 4 valuable runs. So a point to the over by Davenport, having done all the hard work and just give it away towards the end.
Yeah, but still a good over by Ford. But the last delivery was short and wide outside the off stump, and Fletcher had the whiff to free his arms, and so he did that perfectly for the backward point area for a lovely shot by Fletcher.
South Castries Lions 35 for 1 after 4, and with Fletcher it was 26 from 15 balls with 4 fours and 1 6. And Daniel McDonald, he's on 4 from 6 deliveries. Davenport 1 over 7, Tyler Chico 2 overs 1 for 14. The new bowler replacing Chico is Jadel Cyril.
So Cyril is coming to replace. And this one, he's pulled this one over the wide, long off region for 6. So not a good start to Jadel Cyril.
Not at all. Shot delivery begging to be hit, and McDonald did exactly that, hitting it over mid-wicket for 6. So Cyril will want to bowl a tighter line than that.
So not a good start to the over there by Jadel Cyril. A bit too much width outside the off stump and a bit full. So the batsman McDonald did no second invitation, deposited this one for a maximum. And this one was wide outside the off stump, looking for the big expansive drive. Gets the edge and is caught behind. So Jadel Cyril exerting some sort of revenge after being spunked the first ball for 6. He has come back and he has produced the wicket of McDonald.
Very big blow struck there by Cyril. A ball outside the off stump wide, and McDonald going for the drive, took the outside edge, and the keeper took a very good catch, Greg Wilson. The keeper took a sharp catch because the ball was traveling.
Yes, certainly sharp catch indeed. The ball was wide outside the off stump and he really threw the kitchen sink at this one. What a pickish outside edge, and the ball really traveled quickly as you did indicate. And good catch there by wicketkeeper. So the South Castries Lions, they have lost their second wicket. So 2 wickets down in the power play. Not the best of starts for the South Castries Lions.
Not at all. They will be concerned because Johnson Charles is back in the hut, and now McDonald is also back in the hut. So they are in some trouble. But with Fletcher still there, so they still have a chance to post a formidable total. But we just have to wait and see what will transpire later on.
So Cyril to continue. He'll be bowling to the new batsman, Bolton Sayers. This one just outside the off stump. Shoulders arm allows it to go through to the keeper, Ashton Alexander. So certainly Joseph Senmarv, after we saw the 6 from the first ball struck by Fletcher, not by Fletcher, by McDonald, sorry. We saw the next 2 deliveries here. The bowler Cyril certainly has been pretty much unsung. And Bolton Sears gets one that is angling to the pads, and he hits it over the short mid-wicket fielder down to the boundary for 4. So good stroke indeed by young Bolton Sayers.
Oh, lovely shot by Sayers. He was well balanced head over it, and everything was just perfect and flicked that beautifully through the mid-wicket area for 4. Superb shot by Bolton Sayers.
This one up in the air, but it's going to fall safely, so they have gone for 1. Sayers he's moved on to 5. The score moves on to 46 for the loss of 2. So Jadel Cyril, after a ragged start, certainly has come back very well. So Fletcher, 26, not out. Cyril be moving into Fletcher. And this one just on about off stump. Fletcher just guides this one towards the backward point region where it looks like Tariq Edward comes off the boundary. Restrict them to 1. So it's the end of the over. So at the end of over number 5, the South Castries Lions, they have moved on to 47 for the loss of 2 wickets.
As you normally say sometimes, Greg, it was a mixed bag over. He was struck for a 6 and a 4, but he had the wicket of McDonald, so he will not be too disappointed with this first over. So the Gros Islet Knights, I think they will be the happier of the two teams at the moment, but the South Castries Lions, with, as I said, with Fletcher still at the crease, they have a chance to get a good total, and Bolton Sayers, who is a good player, will give Andre Fletcher good support.
So Davin Ford to continue from the northern end, the river end. He will be bowling to Andre Fletcher. He had a decent over, his first over. And this one is up in the air. He has lofted it, has gone a long way. The possibility of a catch. Oh my goodness, what an effort. He must have traveled about 40 yards running backward, and to have gotten to the drop zone, he got a hand to it, but was just unable to hold it onto it. That was Dylan Douglas with that effort. Tremendous effort indeed by Dylan Douglas.
Oh, marvelous efforts. You cannot blame him for dropping the catch because he did well to get to the ball. But for a while, I think Fletcher's hat was in his mouth, but he survives. And so the South Castries Lions will be happy that Fletcher is still there.
Ford outside the off stump, wide signal by umpire Dikoto. So with that, the score moves on to 50. So 50 in 5.1 overs. Delivery again. Check drive by Andre Fletcher. You got to see he was winding up for that big shot. And somehow he had to check the shot. So good bowling again by Davin Ford.
I'm impressed with Davin Ford. He's mixing his deliveries. He's keeping Fletcher thinking all the time, and so that's very good bowling and a good prospect, Davin Ford, for St. Lucia and the Winwoods. And who knows, West Indies.
Yes, certainly the sky is the limit. Ford bowling the final over of the power play. And this one, Sayers just working it off the stump into the mid-wicket region where Tariq Edward fields. Just 1 run resulting. So again, good work done there by young Davin Ford. One would hope that, like the previous over, he will not spoil it towards the end. Certainly, he's able to keep Fletcher in check. And Fletcher advances down the track. Ford pushes this one wide outside the off stump, and Fletcher unable to put back to ball. So Davin Ford certainly is bowling admirably to a very experienced batter.
Oh, I'm impressive for it because he saw Fletcher coming down and he just pushed it a little wider and Fletcher could not get to it. So marvelous bowling by Ford.
So Ford to continue. And again, this one wide, and again he has spoiled all the hard work. It's almost deja vu. Bowling a similar delivery wide outside the off stump. And Fletcher again bisecting the two fielders. The fielder at the captain Kimani Melios at the backward point region and Legion at point, and really has gotten the ball through with precision and down to the boundary for 4. So another good shot indeed by Andre Fletcher.
Superb shot by Fletcher. He had the whiff and he freed his arms beautifully for 4.
So let's see what the reply would be of Ford. And this one outside the off stump. Again, it looks like the sort of pace was not provided. Fletcher into the shot and resulting in no run. So a good end to the over by Davin for the last ball. But one would say he spoiled all the hard work with the 5th delivery, provided the whip for Andre Fletcher.
I don't think he'll be too disappointed with the over, just the boundary, the one boundary. So he bowled a very good over to Andre Fletcher. We all know how destructive Andre Fletcher can be. And for Davin Ford to keep Andre Fletcher quiet in this over, just the one boundary, that was very good bowling by Ford.
So Cyril, he aborted his run. Something was not right. Whether it was the run-up he was not comfortable with or the actual field placing. So Cyril to continue to Bolton Sayers. And a check drive down to the long off region where Douglas comes off the boundary. 1 run resulting. So 56 for 2 of 6 overs in the power play. Joe, who do you think would be the happy of the two teams?
It looks even, Stephen. 56 for 2.
Cyril to continue to Fletcher. And this one was on the pads and a chance gonna beg in there. This one was clipped off the pad. And it looks like Legion at the short fine leg region. The ball just burst through his hands and down to the boundary for 4. So another chance gonna beg in there by the Gros Islet Knights.
And Jadel Cyril and the rest of the team will not be happy with the effort of Legion, because that was a big wicket to get Andre Fletcher, and then he did not hold on. So 4 runs to Fletcher, and so the South Castries Lions, they will be very happy that Fletcher is still there.
Yes, and it was struck firmly off the pad, but at that level one would expect the fielder to have held on to it, because he did not have to move left, move right. The ball just came straight to him, but just burst through the hands. So Fletcher lives to fight another day. Cyril to continue, and this time Fletcher advancing down the track, looking to perhaps heave this one over the long off region, but back of a length by Jadel Cyril, and more so cramping him for room, unable to get the ball off the square, resulting the ball going straight to the fielder at the short cover. No run resulting. So 61 for the loss of 2. And Again, providing some whip on this occasion. And for the fourth time, we've seen Fletcher really executing that shot outside the off-stump. And it has struck it firmly towards the point region for 4.
Bad delivery by Cyril. Shot and right outside the off-stump. And Fletcher getting on top of it and cutting in through the backward point area down to the boundary for 4. So, Fletcher will want to continue in this vein, and the South Castries Lions, they will want him to stay there as long as possible.
So he's moved on to 42 with that shot, just 8 away from a half century. And this one shot by Cyril. Fletcher looking to get into position. Hits this one towards the mid-wicket region where the fielder comes off the boundary. Restrict them to just 1, and with that 1, the score moves on to 66 for the loss of 2. Fletcher moves on to 43. Bolton Sayers back on strike. 7 without, is not out on 7. So it's declared a change of delivery there by Jadel Cyril. But Bolton very much equal to the task, just push it towards the short cover and the scamper throw for a single. So at the end of 7, the score moved on to 67 for the loss of 2.
Yeah, the last delivery on off stump, and Sayers playing with soft hands into the cover area, and he was able to scamper through for the single. So we are having a very nice atmosphere here at the Mindofili Park. You can see the cheerleaders to my left, and very colorful. So a total picture here under the lights here at Mindofili Park, and a good match between these two teams, South Castries Lions and the Gros Islet Knights.
After 7 overs, Dr. Freezer, South Castries Lions 69 for 2 after 7 overs. The new bowler, the bowling change from the northern end, the river end, will be Isaiah Jones to continue for the sale of Gros Islet Knights.
So a change in bowling from the northern end. Isaiah Jones is coming to replace Darwin Ford. So the leg spin, and he's greeted by a lofted drive over the wide mid-off region for 6. So a good shot there by Bolton Sayers.
Yes, he had the whiff by Isaiah Jones, a shot delivery outside the off stump, and Sayers playing it in the area of wideish long off and got a welcome 6. So good batting by Sayers.
And this one shot outside the off stump, looking to force it through the cover region. Unable to get back to ball, so a dot ball would be registered by Isaiah. So he continues to Sayers. Short, and this time he able to push it through the covers. Misfield there by Ford. But does not result in any run. So Jones to continue. Wide outside the off stump. And a wide signal by umpire Dikoto. So 1 more to the score. Jones to continue. Again, wide outside the off stump. Plays this one off the back foot towards the fielder. Simeon Gerson, who is at the point boundary, resulting just 1. So Bolton moves on to 15. Jones will be bowling to Fletcher. And Fletcher plays this one through to the covers, a mix-up. Be able to scamper through quickly for the single. So Jones considered a 6 of his very first ball, but He has come back well enough. Outside the off stamp, Bolton allows this one to go through to the keeper. So good end to the over there by Young Jones after being struck for a 6 of his very first delivery.
A relatively good over by Jones. As you said, after being struck for 6 of this first delivery, he came back very well and kept the batsman quiet. So all in all, Captain Melius will be happy with this over from Isaiah Jones. And so they will want to get another wicket as quickly as possible to put South Castries on the back foot. But the South Castries Lions, they will have other ideas and they will want to stay there as long as possible. There is a bowling change by Simeon Gerson.
Yes, it looked like Simeon Gerson will be operating from the southern end, the media end where we are located. Gerson to take up the attack from the southern end to Fletcher. And this one is short. This one is spun towards the wide mid-on and a poor bit of... Oh, the ball gone through Cyril. For a minute I thought it had struck the rope, but it looked like the boot of Tyrell Chico, who did some good work backing up. So 2 runs resulting. And Fletcher's move on to 46 now. And this one lofted drive, possibility of a catch. No, the ball has fallen way short of Tyrell Chico. So just 1 run resulting. The score moves on to 81 for the loss of 2. And this one is clipped off the pad there by Bolton Sayers. It's traveling close to the boundary. And we see, looks like Lee John, he has put in the slide and restrict them to just 2. So good work done there by Lee John at the backward square boundary. So Gerson to continue. And this one is swept off the pad. The possibility that we may get to the boundary. We see Goodman is given chase, but it will be in vain. So a poor delivery there by Simeon Gerson. This one angling down the leg side. And Bolton Sayers taking full advantage of it.
Badly line delivery by Gerson. And Sayers didn't have much to do. Just swept it to the wideish fine leg area for 4. So Bolton Sayers lending good support to Andre Fletcher. And they will want to continue as long as possible.
And slog sweep, the possibility of a catch. And it has gone over the head of Lee John for 6. So another good timely blow there by young Bolton Sayers.
Yes, the previous delivery, he swept it for 4 to the wideish fine leg area. And this time he hits that one over mid-wicket for 6. So, not a good first over by Simeon Gerson. And the South Castries Lions will be very happy with their work so far.
So Simeon Gerson a bit on the expensive side first over. And he plays this one off the back foot into the extra cover region where Tariq Edward comes across. Restrict them to just 1. So very productive 9th over there for the South Castries Lions. The score moves on now, Joe, to 94 after 9.
Yeah, so the South Castries Lions, they are going at a fair clip. 94 after 9. So they won't be too disappointed. They have lost 2 wickets, Johnson, Charles and McDonald. But Fletcher and Sayers, they are putting up a fight. And so far, they have batted very well indeed. As Jones will continue from the northern end.
So Jones to continue. Outside the off stump, driven to Chico. Coming off the long off boundary. 1 run resulting.
Isaiah Jones is bowling the 10th over and he's bowling to Fletcher, who's on 7.
And this one, he pulls this over the wide long on region for 6, and that would bring up Andre Fletcher's half century. So short delivery there by Isaiah Jones and given the treatment.
Yeah, good shot by Fletcher. A poor delivery by Isaiah Jones. Shot and Fletcher rocking back and hitting it over wideish long on for 6. So with Fletcher still at the crease, the South Castries Lions can get close to 170, 180. But the Gros Islet Knights, they will have other ideas and they will want to take 1 or 2 wickets to put South Castries under pressure.
So Andre Fletcher, after Joe hitting that 6, apparently the bat got broken, and in disgust we saw him slamming the bat into the pad. So certainly the likes of Andre Fletcher would be carrying perhaps 4 or 5 bats, if not more. And these guys are sponsored as well, not in the days when you and I, we had to buy a bat.
But probably this Bazama probably is his favorite. So that's why he got vexed as it got broken.
So Isaiah Jones certainly is up against a very experienced batsman. And this one shot outside the awesome, getting a bottom edge. He's traveling down towards the Footman region, but Cyril is in pursuit and restrict them to 2. So Jones to continue. And this one wide outside the off stump. Yes, signal wide by the umpire. And this one is heave over the wide long on region for 6 and out of the park. So this is the biggest 6 we have seen so far. Certainly young Jones is under the pump by Andre Fletcher.
Yeah, and Jones will to learn it the hard way. But Andre Fletcher, when he is in this mood, is very dangerous. And if he stays there for the remainder of the innings, I'm sure he will give South Castries a very good total. So himself and Sayers will want to stay there as long as possible. But the Gros Islet Knights, they will want to take 1 or 2 wickets to put the South Castries Lions under some pressure.
Yeah, so with that 6, the score has moved on to 109. So it looks like the ball is back in play. Yes, so Isaiah Jones certainly would want to get an end to this over. This would be the 10th over where they could really go back and strategize. Jones to continue to Fletcher, and this one is shot again, and it was heave, and this one is going out of the park into the Marshall River. So no respect there for young Isaiah Jones.
Yes, as I said, well, previously he's learning it the hard way. The dangerous Andre Fletcher really taking a toll on him, and so the South Castries Lions, they will be very happy, and they will be the happier of the two teams at the moment. When the Gros Islet Knights had the wickets of Johnson Charles and McDonald, they fought. They had a grip on the game, but Fletcher and Sayers, they have batted well in partnership, and Fletcher now is threatening to take the game away from the Gros Islet Knights.
So a replacement ball for the umpire is kept busy. So first game, Josephson Mark, Andre Fletcher missed out, but the second game, certainly he is coming good for the South Castries Lions.
Yeah, a good player will not fail too many times, and so Fletcher has proved that here tonight, that he's a good player. He is really going great guns.
So Jones to continue. And this one he's played over the top of Tyrell Chico at the long operation for another 6. So this is what, the fourth consecutive 6? Fourth consecutive 6. So the youngster Isaiah Jones has really come for some rough treatment in the 10th over. So it is the end of the 10th over. The Gros Islet Knights who have been really roughed up in the last over. So your general assessment of the 10 overs?
Yes, the 10th over bowl, and the South Castries Lions will be the happier of the two teams as we take a break.
So, welcome back. At the Minderfellow Park, we're about to see the commencement of the 11th over. And it will be taken up by Dylan Douglas. He'll be bowling to Bolton Sears. Shot outside the off-stump and it's cut straight to the captain, Kimani Melius, at the point region. So another chance gonna begin there by the still Gros Islet Knights.
Bad miss there by Captain Melius. And he's not having a good night because previously we saw him misfield at the same backward point area when the bowler was bowling from the northern end. So the Gros Islet Knights not doing themselves any justice.
Shot outside the off stump, and this is hit ferociously through the cover region there by Andre Fletcher for 4. So shots by Dylan Douglas, and it was severely punished.
And that's what happens when you give a batsman a chance. So he's a dangerous player, Andre Fletcher, and they will want to see the back of him very quickly.
So Douglas make some adjustment to the field. Shot outside, and this one is pulled straight back over the head of the bowler. And umpire Leo Amede is waiting for the signal from the fielder whether it's 6 or 4. He is not sure. And umpire Amede signals 6. So 6 more to the total. Moves on to 142.
They have a good opportunity to at least score 200 plus.
Douglas to Fletcher. And this one tossed up, but ended up being a Yorker limb delivery. Fletcher pushes it down to the man at the long on region. 1 run resulted. So Fletcher certainly enjoying conditions out there this evening. See us to Yorker limb delivery and his bowl. It appears to be an inside edge, Joe. This one was just outside the off stump, but it really was a Yorker limb delivery. Bolton Sears came down hard on it, but the ball ended up ricocheting onto the stump. So a timely blow there, struck by the still Gros Islet Knights to see the back of Bolton Sears.
Yeah, good blow struck there by McDonald. Sears was giving Fletcher good support, and so he got the ball right outside the off stump, and the ball taking the inside edge and going back onto the stump. So the Gros Islet Knights will be very happy to get a breakthrough at this point in time.
Yes, so they have seen the back of Bolton Sears. We'll get Bolton Sears score for you in a while. And it looks like the captain, Kester Shalmine, is making his way to the crease. So Bolton Sears, he was bowled by Dylan Douglas for 29.
A good knock by Sears, but I'm sure he wanted to steal with Fletcher, but it was not to be. So he's back in the hut.
So 143 for the loss of 3. South Castries Lions. And the captain, Kester Shalmine, has made his way to the crease. Certainly he would want to give Andre Fletcher all the support that is needed. First ball, this one a faster delivery fired outside the off stump. And the captain unable to put back the ball. So the first over after the drinks break, Joe, productive over, one would say, for the still Gros Islet Knights to see the back of Bolton Sears.
Yeah, probably the break had a lapse in concentration on Bolton Sears' part, but the Gros Islet Knights wouldn't mind because it's back in the pavilion and they will want to take many more wickets to put the South Castries Lions under more pressure.
So it looks like the bowler, who is it? For a minute, I thought it would have been Tyrell Chico that would have been taking up the attack from the southern end, but it looks like Simeon Gerson has been called.
One observation, Greg. Tariq Edward has not bowled over well for the night, so probably is injured.
Well, the game against the Monrepo Pioneers, I can't recall him bowling. If he did, it would have been very late towards the back end of the inning, but certainly he did not bowl early in the match against the Monrepo Pioneers, sorry. But Simeon Gerson would be taking up the attack from the northern end. He will be bowling to Andre Fletcher. First delivery, and this one is deposited out of the ground, and this is a huge one. This one actually has gone over the piles. So it has traveled a long way. So Andre Fletcher really now dealing in sixes.
After a slow start by Fletcher, he was assessing the pace of the wicket. But now he's going helter-skelter. And the Gros Islet Knights, they're paying the price with the dangerous Andre Fletcher.
So he moves on to 91 with that 6, and this one is struck powerfully through the extra cover region for 4. Great shot there by Andre Fletcher.
Yes, and Jack Goodman, instead of diving, I thought he would have just keep across. But he dived and the ball passed almost under him and down to the boundary for 4. But Andre Fletcher, he's in full flow now. And so the Gros Islet Knights, they have no answer at the moment.
So with that boundary, Andre Fletcher moves on to 95. 5 runs away from what would be a delightful century. He would certainly would register the 2nd of the tournament. And this one, he heaves it into the mid-wicket region. Fumble there by Davenport should allow them to come back for a 2nd. And quick run in between the wicket there by Charlemagne. They're able to come back for his 2nd. So with that, he moves on to 97. So Andre Fletcher on the cusp of a century. He has batted well this evening. And this one is fired outside the off stump. Fletcher allows it to go through. So Gerson, this one loose outside the off stump, and Fletcher having gotten the news that he's close to his century, he just pushes this one towards the square leg region and just humbles a single.
Yes, good batting by Fletcher. He has no pressure on him. So very good batting indeed. So himself and Custer Charlemagne, they will want to bat as long as possible to give the team a good total to defend.
So Charlemagne into strike, and this one he pushes it gently to the fielder Tyrell Chico, who comes off the long of boundary. 1 run resulted. So Kester is off the mark, and at the end of over number 12, the South Castries Lions, they have moved on to 147 for 3. But the man of the moment is the opener, Andre Fletcher, who's on the cusp of a century.
Yeah, he's nicknamed the Spice Man, and he's really spicing the ball all over the boundary here at the Mindo Philip Park, and he's giving the crowd something to cheer about, and the crowd has grown considerably since we started. You can see the stands to my left has a lot more people now, and so we are in for a very good game tonight.
So Douglas to Charlemagne pushes this one back up the track where the bowler does the fill-in. So
150 comes up for the
So this one is placed it into the mid-wicket region.
into the 13th over. Fletcher comes into strike. He's on 97.
So Andre Fletcher 2 runs away from his century. Lows delivery. Uses his feet and drives it to Tariq Eduardo, who comes around to his left on the long off boundary. 1 run resulting. So 149 for the lost of 3. Fletcher moves on to 99. Short delivery and he gets into position. Places this one towards the backward square region. Was cramped for room, but he did well enough to get back to ball. And luckily for him, the ball fell into the vacant region. So the man of the hour, Andre Fletcher, just 1 run away from a century. And this one full and fast outside the off stump, sort of about a Yorker length. Fletcher unable to put the bat to ball. So Douglas moves into Fletcher. And he drives this one, but back to the bowler. So good end to the over there by Dylan Douglas. Andre Fletcher remains on 99. The South Castries Lions 150 for the loss of 3.
Yes, but I detect a slight limp in Fletcher's movements. So let's hope, for the sake of the South Castries Lions, it's not too bad. But at the moment, the South Castries Lions, they are really taking away the game from the Gros Islet Knights. So the Gros Islet Knights will have to fight back quickly to really stay in that game.
So Andre Fletcher, from what we could see, he's limping out there, and it looks like he has called for some assistance from the physio. So it is serious enough that he warrants some medical attention. So what we will do now, we will take a break and we will resume when the play is ready. So welcome back, and we're about to witness the start of the 14th over. It will bowl by Tariq. First delivery outside the off stump to Kester Shalmine. A play and a miss. This one is employing the slug sweep, but straight to Jones at the mid-wicket region, 1 run resulting. So Joseph St. Mark, we could clearly see Andre Fletcher in a bit of discomfort there.
Yes, and from a South Castries point of view, they will want they wouldn't want the injury, but to be too severe.
So Fletcher just 1 run away from a century. And this one peels off the outer edge of the bat and it goes towards the point region. And Andre Fletcher has just brought up his 100. So Fletcher moves on to 100. The score 152 for the loss of 3. Short delivery cuts this one, but straight to Simeon Gerson at the backward point region. No run resulting. And this one, slog sweep. Does it have enough power to go all the way? No, power failure there, and he's caught at the wide, long on region there. So Kester Shalmine employing the slog sweep, but looked like the ball came off the bottom of the bat and presented a relatively easy catch to Davenport.
A good blue stroke there by Tariq Edward. Tariq Edward, I was wondering why he did not come into the attack earlier, but it's better late than never. And so in this first over, he got the wicket of Kester Shalmine, who got a short delivery, trying to pull it over mid-wicket, but succeeded in giving the man at the deep mid-wicket area a simple catch.
So the South Castries Lions, they have lost the 4th wicket. Johnson Charles, the first to go. He scored 1. McDonald was the second to go. Scored 10. Bolton Sayers, he got 29. And the captain, Kester Shalmine, he was dismissed for 4. And Andre Fletcher is not out on 100.
So a good knock by Fletcher, but he's having some difficulty there with, I think, a side strain. But I think he will try and battle through because he's a tough guy. He doesn't give up. So from a South Castries Lions point of view, they will want him to stay there for the rest of the overs to give them a score over 200.
Yeah, but he's certainly in a bit of discomfort there. I don't think he would. I don't think he'll be able to run between wickets. So I think if Andre Fletcher stays out there, I think he'll be more looking for boundaries. But Zaire Antoine is the new batter. Certainly a young, diminutive player. He can pack a punch. He can hit a long ball. Edward to continue. First delivery driven firmly to Tyrell Chico on the long off boundary. So Zaire Antoine is off the mark. So a good first over completed there by Tariq Edward, getting the wicket of the captain, Kester Shalman.
Yeah, and you can recall I found that strange when he wasn't introduced into the bowling attack earlier, but he came in late into the attack and he took the wicket of Kester Shalman. So the South Castries Lions, they will want to launch an attack because they have a good platform in which to launch an attack in the last few overs.
So it looks like Lee John will be taking up the attack from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Zaire Antoine. First delivery brings Antoine forward. Plays this one to short cover where the captain comes across and fields. Kimani Melius, that is. And this one heaves it, but it looks like it's going to be straight to Simeon Gusson. He comes off the mid-wicket boundary and takes a relatively easy catch. So, Joe, this one really was one would say nothing short. Certainly was not in position. Should, if anything, probably look to keep that ball on the ground, but look to go aerial and certainly did not have the power to clear Simeon Gusson on the mid-wicket boundary and presented a relatively easy catch to him. So the South Castries Lions, after the break, they lost their second wicket.
Loose delivery by the bowler, but Zaire Antoine didn't make full use of it, and he succeeded in playing it straight in the fruit of the man at mid-wicket. So another blow struck there by the Grizzly Knights, and the South Castries Lions, they will want to at least get a score of over 200 to be competitive.
So it looks like the new batter, Larry Edward. Edward in the first game for the South Castries Lions, we saw him struck a few lusty blows. So certainly a batsman with the capability of clearing the boundaries. They certainly would need another contribution for him. The South Castries Lions, they have lost a few wickets after the break. Certainly Andre Fletcher, he would need a bit of support out there.
Yes, despite carrying an injury, but as you said earlier, well, he'll want to deal in boundaries as he's running between the wicket will be hampered with that injury.
So Larry Edward to take strike. This one shot outside the off stump. Bangs it towards the man at coming off the long off boundary. That is Tyrell Chico. He fires it into the striker's end to ensure that Andre Fletcher puts in the extra stride, hoping that they could aggravate whatever injury he has. So Larry Edward immediately is off the mark. So it brings Fletcher on strike, who is on 100. Fletcher has registered the second century of the tournament. On Sunday we had Tariq Edward with 111 not out. And this one is fired down the leg side. Wide signal by umpire Leo Hamidi. So with that, the score moves on to 55. And this one is firmly driven to the fielder Dylan Douglas, who's at the long off boundary. So 1-1 resulting. So with that, Andre Fletcher moves on to 101. Edward to face up to Lee John, Place it to the short extra cover region. Straight to Edward. Tariq Edward, that is. No run resulting. So Edward to Edward. Lee John again pushes this one. That is Larry Edward to Tariq Edward. No run result. It's a good end to the over by Lee John. A good, decent first over.
Not a bad over by Lee John. And the captain, Kimani Melius, and the rest of the Gros Islet Knights will be happy with this first over from Lee John. But the South Castries Lions with Fletcher, although he's limping, and Larry Edward, they will want to push on because they have a good platform in which to really launch an attack in the last few overs.
So Tariq Edward to continue from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Andre Fletcher. This one is fired outside the off stump. Fletcher allows this one to go through to the keeper, perhaps hoping for a wide. And this one is firmly driven to Tyrell Chico, and Fletcher has declined the run. So certainly he is in a bit of bother. Really can't even run between wickets. So it looks like he's just going to be swinging to the heels from now on.
Yeah, well, he has no choice.
This one powerfully driven but straight to Jad Goodman at the short extra cover region. No run resulting again. This one is powerfully driven, and this time he has gone past Jad Goodman, and it has raced to the boundary for 4. So suddenly Andre Fletcher has signaled his intention, Joseph Mab, that he won't be running.
Yeah, I was expecting that from Fletcher. Since he cannot run between the wickets, he will just depend on the boundaries, 6s and 4s. But again, these days in cricket, fielders are not skipping across. They are just diving and the ball just pass underneath Jad Goodman.
So with that shot, this has forced a change in the field. Goodman is now dropped to the extra cover boundary, and this time Fletcher has taken the single. So the score moves on to 161. Fletcher he has moved on to 106. We are now into the 16th over, so certainly the platform is well set for the Lions to get a score perhaps well over 220, 240. But the only issue with them is that the likes of Andrew Fletcher cannot run the singles. So the end of another over there by Tariq Edward. And the Lions, they are 161 for the loss of 5.
Yes, so, good score so far for the Lions. The Gros Islet Knights will want to restrict them to under 200, but at the moment they have a good platform in which to launch an attack, and especially Andre Fletcher is still at the crease, though carrying an injury, but he can be very destructive. So let us wait and see what will happen as Lee John will continue.
So Lee John will bowling to Andre Fletcher. So still good tonight. They are ensuring that the fielders are in the right position. John to Fletcher. Fletcher goes big, and this time he's going to go all the way for 6 over the wide long on region. So Fletcher getting this one in the slot and deposited it over the wide long on region for 6.
Yes, and the injured lion, that's when he's most dangerous. And a good shot by Fletcher, and Lee John is under some pressure.
So what's the response of Legion going to be like? And this one is short and is hitting firm back at the bowler, Cotton Bowl. What a sharp chance there by Legion. Short ball outside the awesome. And Fletcher hitting this one off the back foot, but straight to Legion, who took a very sharp catch. So the reaction time, Joseph, perhaps would be a fraction of a second really, and he was able to hold on to that. So good take there by Legion.
Well said, Greg Wilson, but because this ball was hit like a bullet from a gun, and it was going straight at Legion, who put the hand there and the ball stuck. So what a brilliant return catch by Legion to see the back of the dangerous Andre Fletcher. So Fletcher, after scoring 100 plus, now he goes back to the pavilion. Though has a slight injury, but he has done the work for his team, getting over 100 runs. So the South Castries Lions, they will be happy with the batting of Andre Fletcher.
Yes, Andre Fletcher certainly has played a good hand there for the South Castries Lions. Andre Fletcher caught Legion for 112. 10 fours and 8 sixes for Andre Fletcher. So certainly a good knock register in the second century of the tournament. So with the dismissal of Andre Fletcher, in comes Cornelius Calendar.
Yes, and a good time for Cornelius Calendar to come in because they have a good platform in which to launch an attack. And we all know how destructive Cornelius Calendar can be if he gets going.
So 167 for the loss of 6. South Castries Lions. John to continue. First one to Calendar, angling down the leg side. Cannons into the pad. He's asking umpire Amidi for an LBW decision, but to no avail. This one, quicker one, straight at the stump, and it pushes back to the right of the left of the bowler, sorry. Legion, who in his haste to collect, really fumble and allowing the batters to go through for a single. So Cornelius Calendar is off the mark. Both batters are on one, so relatively new batters at the crease. The set batsman, the opener, Andre Fletcher, was just dismissed. So John to Larry Edward. And this one, Edwards really winding up for that big heave and had to change his mind at the last moment, place it back to the bowler Legion. So Legion is doing a good job so far for his team. Still Gros Islet nice. And not on this occasion. The lofted drive, it has gone flat over the head of the bowler down to the boundary for 4. So good end to the over there by Larry Edward.
Yeah, good shot by Edward. A ball pitched up in its zone, and he went through the shot over long of 4. So the South Castries Lions, they continue to pile on the runs, and the Gros Islet Knights, they will want to peg them back with taking a few more wickets. But we are having a very good game here at the Mindo Flip Park, and we have a good crowd on hand. Greg Wilson.
So 17 overs completed. The South Castries Lions 172 for the loss of 6. So Tariq Edward to continue from the northern end. He will be bowling to Cornelius Calendar. Calendar, another individual that could hit a long ball. And first delivery outside the off stump. Looking for that big expansive drive, unable to put back to ball. And the keeper took the bails out in a flash.
Good work there by the keeper, but Calendar's back foot was well grounded. So no damage done.
Edward to Calendar. And good Yorker length delivery. He was just able to come down hard on this one. And good man coming off the extra cover boundary, moves across to the mid-off region. And he able unable to prevent the single. So with that single, score moves on to 173. Calendar moves on to 2. And outside the off stump, Larry Edward looking for that big lofted drive over the extra cover region. Unable to put back to ball. So that has prompted the change in the field by the Melius. Ford moves on from cover to extra cover boundary. This one angling down the leg side. A missed opportunity there by Larry Edward.
Yes, that ball was pitched on or about leg stump and going down, and he really didn't make full use of it.
Edward to continue. Oh, acrobatic dive to his right, and certainly would have prevented a single. So Tariq Edward, certainly one of the better fielders we have in St. Lucia at this point. And this one lofted drive, does it have enough power to go all the way? It looks like it has gone over the outstretched hand of Tyrell Chico. And once you could beat Tyrell Chico on the boundary, you know that definitely it would be 6. So a good end to the over there by Larry Edward. Ball of a half volley and really lofted it over the head of Tyrell Chico on the long on boundary for 6.
Good shot by Larry Edward. The ball was pitching his act, and he went through with the shot and hitting it over Tyrell Chico at widest long on for 6. So the South Castries Lions, they continue to pile on the runs, and compliments of a century by Andre Fletcher. So they are able to really push on and put some pressure on the Gros Islet. But still a lot of cricket to be played, and so we will see what will happen when the game is over.
So Legion to continue. 179 for the loss of 6 wickets. And Cornelius Calendar makes a bit of room, backing away down the leg side. And this one did not go too far from the outstretched hand of Legion, but it went down quickly to Dylan Douglas on the long off boundary for 1.
This is crunch time, so they have to go after every ball.
So 180. Larry Edwards heaves this one towards the backward square region. Good work done there by the fielder. It looks like Isaiah Jones, restricting them to just 1. So Edward moves on to 12. With that, the score moves on to 81. 81 for the loss of 6. And Cornelius Calendar looking for a mighty odd heave. Just losing his ship in the process. The ball goes down to the long on boundary, where Chico comes up the ropes. Restrict them to just 1. 182 for the loss of 6. So Edward is back on strike. And this one is up in the air. Possibility of a catch. Davenport comes across and he misses it. Did not even get his hand to the ball. Joseph St-Mark. We know it can be very challenging at night, catching under the lights.
Yeah, so probably it was coming down in the lights, and so he didn't get near it at all. A bad miss, but that happens sometimes when you're playing under the lights.
Yeah, young Ford looked like he had settled in the drop zone, only to realize the ball fell about 4 or 5 feet away from him. And Edward again, this time another power failure. Can Dylan Douglas get there? And Douglas puts in the dive, and on this occasion, Larry Edward has caught Dylan Douglas coming off the long on boundary. He had to run perhaps a good 30 yards or so, but he was able to hold on to it and effect the dismissal. So the South Castries Lions, they have lost the 7 wicket, that of Larry Edward.
Magnificent catch by Douglas, as you said, he had to run a good distance, and at the last moment the ball was dipping, and he lunged himself forward and picked up the ball inches off the ground. So good catch by Dylan Douglas. That's the kind of catches that will uplift any team. And so the South Castries Lions, they lose another wicket, and the Gros Islet Knights, they will be very happy if they can restrict the South Castries Lions for under 200.
So 184 for the loss of 7. We just saw the dismissal of Larry Edwards. He went caught Dylan Douglas of the bowling of this one is firmly struck there by Royce Paul. One bounce, and it has gone over into the boundary for 4 to the left of Dylan Douglas, who moved quickly towards his left but really did not have a chance. So powerful shot there by Royce Paul.
Yes, a ball outside the off stump, and he had the whiff, and he drove swiftly through the covers for Paul. So Paul, he's joining the party, and I'm sure he will want to bring these South Castries Lions score to over 200, but the Gros Islet Knights, they are fighting back and would want to restrict the South Castries Lions for under 200.
Yes, so that was the end of the 19th over. The still Gros Islet Knights, they would, as you did indicate, Joseph St. Mark would really want to chase a total of less than 200, but the Lions, they are what, 12 runs away.
So you can see Calendar is not in form. He's really struggling out there, because when Calendar is in form, he usually hits that ball very clean, but he's struggling at the moment on Calendar.
Final over, certainly the batsman would want to go big, and this one full delivery outside the off stump. Royce Paul looking to access the cover region, unable to put back to ball. So good dot ball there by Dylan Douglas, and we see a change in the field. Douglas is employing the additional play on the offside, and this one is fired wide outside the off stump, and umpire Sipal said that it's a legal delivery, and this one is powerfully driven to the wide of the long off region, and a fumble there by Tyrell Chico enables the batsman to come back for 2. So 191. And this one is up in the air. Power shortage, but will Tyrell Chico get there? No, it has dropped real short of him. As a matter of fact, it dropped inside the 40-yard circles. So 1 more run to the total, 1 more to Royce Paul. So Paul has moved on to 7. Calendar in the strike, and good Yorkland delivery, and looked like this one came off the inner portion of the bat and ricocheted onto the leg of Calendar. He's in a bit of discomfort there, but the still Gros Islet Knights, they will be very much satisfied with the efforts. And we saw at one time the South Castries Lions, when Andrew Fletcher was at the wicket, looked like they would have posted a score perhaps of well over 200. But with the injury of, we saw Andrew Fletcher was carrying out there, it really inhibited his stroke play and even hit the run in between the wickets, so that would have affected them. But all in all, I think the Gros Islet Knights would be very happy with the way they're able to pull things back and to restrict the South Castries Lions for less than 200.
Yes, so you can say it was an even Steven first innings, but the score is already on the board, 191. So the Gros Islet Knights in the turn will have to score 192 for victory. So we are in for a very good game, and so let's see what will transpire at the end of the game.
Yes, so the South Castries Lions have been put in by the Gros Islet Knights. They were able to amass 192 for the loss of 7 on the back of 100 from Andre Fletcher. Johnson Charles only contributed 1. McDonald, 10. Sayers 29. The captain Kester Shalmain 4. Zion Tuan contributed 1. Larry Edward 4. And you had Cornelius Calendar on 4 not outs, and Royce Paul on 8 not out. So we'll try to get the bowling figures for you, but all in all, the Gros Islet Knights, they will be pretty much happy with the effort. So we'll take a break now and we will resume in about 15 minutes.
Much for keeping it locked in. This is SPL T20, where we show them how to party. And of course, it's match 6 right here in the Mindo Phillip Park. And we are graced by our lovely Minister for Agriculture, Lisa Jawa, here. And she is here with us, all being part of this, this grand game. All right. So, Minister, tell us how you feel about SPL T20. This is not your first time. Apparently, she's one who normally, she's a regular, in other words. So tell us how you feel about this.
I'm really excited about it, and I want to say a special good evening to you, and congratulations to Hassan and the team for always ensuring that they deliver as it relates to SPL in St. Lucia. I mean, I remember when Hassan first started this, it was very tough for him to get sponsorship. It started very small, and now it is a staple in the diet of cricket in St. Lucia.
Yes.
So I am completely excited. Of course, we are going up against Gros Islet. We have Johnson Charles, we have Fletcher on our side.
Yes.
And I know we've given them licks already. And so when it comes to Minister Casimir, we always go back and forth because the passion is there, the support is there.
We already started.
He interrupted my conversation because he getting licks tonight.
Imagine that.
We are really excited about this. And, it's just the government's commitment to sport and to ensuring that we were able to take semi-professional football into the next level and now semi-professional cricket. And so it really is encouraging that the players can now get paid for their work.
Exactly, yes.
I am very happy that the Prime Minister decided to continue to do this. I know the Minister is working very hard. Of course, South Castries, big up.
Yes.
South Castries is, Castries Southeast and Castries South. We border with Dr. Ernest Hilaire. But albeit we are here in Tim's Court and we are here to support. And of course, I am expecting South Castries to take it home.
All right, well, you gotta just give them that spirit, give them that energy tonight, because the games are they started really well. We got 253, 274. We got some really good scores, and we're looking forward to a great season.
Yeah, it's good. So thanks for having me, and I'm wishing everybody the best. But tell me, off camera, off the record, who do you think is going to win?
Well, I don't know. Boy, Gros Islet is still on fire, so we'll see. We'll see.
Okay,
Stick around.
I understand. All right, but once again, we're very happy to be here, and of course, we continue to support SPL 2026.
Wonderful.
And welcome back to the Mendo Phillip Park, where we are about to witness the reply of the still Gros Islet Knights. They will be replying to South Castries Lions 192 for the loss of 7. So the still Gros Islet Knights, they need 193 to register the second win in the tournament. With me is Joseph Sentmouth. Good evening, Joe, and how do you see the second innings?
Good evening, Greg, and 193 for victory. You can say it's a good total, but the Gros Islet Knights, they're batting very deep, so you cannot count them out of reaching that 193. But it's early days, and let's see what will transpire at the end of the game.
So it looks like Daniel Jabatis will be taking up the attack from the southern end. He will be bowling to Captain Kimani Melius. Melius facing up to Jabatis. This one, he tucks it into the square leg region. They've gone for one. Zayanton comes off the square leg boundary. 1 run resulting. So the still Gros Islet Knights and Kimani Melius, they have opened their accounts.
Yes, and the captain, Melius, will be very happy to get off the mark. And the formidable opening pair, they have done a lot of damage to teams in the past, and they will hope to continue tonight. But the South Castries Lions will have other ideas.
Yeah, so Jad Goodman had a brief start in the last game on Sunday. He was kind of, one would say, controversially got out. I'll explain in a while. He's facing up to McDonald. This one tucks him on the 5 pad, no run resulting. Justin Matthew being umpire. The Monroe Pioneers in the power play had 3 players out of the circle. A ball was bowled. They brought it to the umpire's attention that there were 3 players out, did not call the no ball, and the next delivery, Jad Goodman was caught. So he was really fuming that he should have gotten a free hit. And this one is clipped off the pads down to the backward square boundary where Larry Edward comes off the boundary, resulting in 1 run. So both openers are off the mark. 2 to the score, 2 without loss. So he was very disappointed in the fact that he was not given a free hit and he was out the very next ball.
All I can say, it was very unfortunate.
So Melius to face up to, and this one is short, gets into position and plays it over the head of the captain. Kester Shalman at short backward square for 4. So good shot there by Melius.
Loose delivery by Jean-Baptiste. A ball on the leg stump, and Melius didn't have much work to do. Just help it on its way down to the wideish fine leg area for 4.
So 6 without loss. Melius has just opened his boundary count. Good delivery back of a length close to Melius. Was perhaps looking to run that ball towards the footman area, but he rehearses the shot, realized that he should have played it with a straighter bat.
But the thing is, the ball came back a little from outside of stump, so he cramped him with for room.
Short ball, and he's into position quickly. Pulls this one towards the mid-wicket region, and the ball is going to win the race. It's into the fence now for 4. So a good end to the over there by Kimberly Melius, dispatching a short one from Daniel Zabatis for 4.
I don't know if you have taken note of what I said earlier on in the first innings. These days, balls are passing by fielders, and they dive in. They're not skipping across Greg Wilson. The ball pass underneath them.
Yes, so a lot has changed in the game. I think if we had to implement some of what we know, the guys would look at us as being dinosaurs. but some things in cricket does not change. So at the end of over number 1, the still Gros Islet Knights, they have moved on to 10 without loss. Captain Kimani Melios, he has raised to 9, and Jad Goodman on 1. So it looks like Cornelius Calendar will be taking up the attack from the southern end. He would be bowling to Jad Goodman. And Calendar has aborted his run. Certainly not pleased about something. Calendar into Goodman, and Goodman just runs this one towards the backward point region. 1 run resulting. So he moves on to 2. The score moves on to 11 without loss.
See, that so far, they've been very cautious, playing each ball on its merit, and when they get the loose delivery, they spank it to the boundaries. So far, so good.
And Joseph St. Marth, the second game that has been played at the Babalastic Ground in Gros Islet. Could you imagine that the teams got identical scores? 192 also at the Gros Islet Babalastic Ground.
Coincidence.
So, Calendar to Melios, shot outside the off stump, looking to bang this one through the point region, not making any contact. Ball through to the keeper. So a good dot ball registered in the books of John Smith. 11 without loss. Melius on 9. And he gives it the charge, top edge. And it has traveled all the way, looks like for 6. Yes, top edge. The ball has gone over the keeper for 6. So with that, the score moves on to 17. And Melius, he moves on to 15.
There is a saying, if you go hard, and he did go hard, and the ball still over the keeper's head into the fence for 6.
Calendar to continue. And this one outside the off stump. Sort of tennis ball bounce from the batsman reaction. Melius. But fortunate enough, he did spot it very early and just allow it to go through to the keeper. So good response there by Cornelius Calendar. 17 without loss. We're into the second over. And Melius advances down the track, looking to heave this one over the man at mid-off, the captain, Kester Shalmine, but unable to put back to ball. So another dot ball being registered there by Calendar. This one, he guides it past to the right of the man at short footman. And looks like Zion one comes across from the point region and unable to prevent the second. So 2 more runs to the still Gros Islet Knights. They have moved on to 19, and Kimani Melios, he has moved on to 17.
Yes, Kimani Melios, he has the bulk of the run so far. Jad Goodman playing second fiddle, but we all know Jad Goodman, when he gets going, he can be equally dangerous as Kimani Melius. So the two are taking the time, and let's see what will happen.
So looks like Daniel Jabatis, he will be continuing from the southern end. He will be bowling to Jad Goodman, who's on 2. Jabatis to Goodman, shot down the leg side. And wide call by umpire Leo Amide. So the score moves on to 20 with that extra. So the South Castries Lions, they certainly need to pick up some early wickets. 193 they are defending. And this one, he was stuck to a room and placed it off the hip into the mid-wicket region. And a good effort there by the fielder, moving smartly to his left, was able to restrict them to just 1.
He played it a bit uppish, but fell well short of the fielder.
So 21 without loss. And Kimani Melios' ball backing away towards the leg side, looking to play an inside-out shot, perhaps an ill-advised shot at this stage. Should have presented perhaps a straighter bat had he looked to go straight over the head of the bowler. That would have been a much better shot, but backing away, and he was comprehensively bowled by Daniel Jabatis.
Yes, a bad shot by the captain, Kimani Melios. Chasing you can say a relatively big total of 193, and so early in your innings you're backing away to play over the top, and he was comprehensively beaten and bowled. So the South Castries Lions, they are roaring at the moment, and they will be very happy to see the back of Kimani Melios, who they all know can be very destructive. So good ball struck by Jabatis.
Yes, Daniel Jabatis. Kimani comprehensively bowled. So the dismissal of Kimani Melios, in comes Tariq Edward. Tariq Edward is in a rich vein of form. Joseph Mark, he scored 111 not out in the last game. It was serious carnage up at Gros Islet in the last 9 overs. Gros Islet scored 171 runs in 9 overs.
Unfortunately, I could not stay for that game because I had to leave because of transportation would be tight for me.
Yeah, so certainly he is coming off the back of a century, and it's a different day. First ball, he's been tucked up. The ball was airborne for a while, but the bowler Jean-Baptiste in his follow through could not get anywhere close to it. So good stats there by Jean-Baptiste in this over. Certainly would want to see the back of Tariq Edward. Short, and he looks to heave this one towards the mid-wicket region, but a tad slow on the shot. This one really zipped through to the keeper. So good pace there by Daniel Jabatis.
Yes, he has the ability to generate some good pace when he wants to, and that one was very quick indeed. It went through before the batsman could complete his shot.
So Tariq Edward is off the mark. He moves on to 1, and the score 22 for the loss of 1. Chad Goodman looking to heave this one over the wide, long on region. Got an inside edge. So, but Jabatis perhaps could consider himself very fortunate that Chad Goodman did not put bat to ball, because this one is certainly angling down the leg side.
Well said, Greg Wilson. So he needs to bowl a little more off stump line.
So the end of over number 3. At the end of the third over, the still Gros Islet Knights, they are 22 without loss. A successful over for Daniel Jabatis.
Yes, a very good over for Daniel Jabatis and the South Castries Lions. They will be very happy to make an early breakthrough. Score of 193. It's a fighting total, and so they will need to take wickets at regular interval to really put the Gros Islet Knights under pressure. But as I said, the Gros Islet Knights, they are batting very deep, so it's not out of the reach.
Yes, most certainly, because we saw the likes of Lee John coming in really late and really hits a few less. In fact, Lee John had 3 consecutive 60s in the 20th over. So certainly, you're right about that. They do bat very deep. So calling his calendar, he'll be continuing the attack. He'll be bowling to Tariq Edward, who was on 1. And this one is up in the air, flashing outside the off stump. Gets a prickish outside edge. And it has gone over the head of Bolton Sayers at short footman, down to the boundary for 4.
Yes, as I said before, if you go in hard, go hard, and he did go hard, and the ball flew off the edge and down to the footman area for 4. So they don't care how it comes as long as they get the bunches. That's what's important.
So a fortuitous boundary there for Tariq Edward, but as you did indicate, it really does not matter how it comes at the end of the day. The runs, that is the name of the game. So calendar, Tariq Edward has lodged a complaint to umpire Sipal. Apparently calendar had looked like some tip on his bowling on his hands. And so as the umpire, you would know that is pretty much not allowed. So he has been forced to remove whatever tipping he has on his fingers. So Tariq would have felt that perhaps would have given him an unfair advantage. Perhaps he would have gripped that ball a bit better if there's any dew out in the middle. And this one, he comes forward, pushes to the left of Royce Paul at short cover, but unable to prevent the single, so they're able to scamper through for a single. Score moves on to 27. Tariq Edward moves on to 6. 27 for the loss of 1. Captain Kimani Melius, he was comprehensively bowled by Daniel Jabatis in the last over.
Really, it was a bad shot. So early in his innings, chasing 193. That was an ill-advised shot.
So Goodman playing across the line to 1, perhaps was angling down the leg side, because we did not hear much of an appeal from the South Castries Lions. Ball was wrapped on the pad, so clearly it was heading down the leg side. So calendar can consider themselves very fortunate again, because there's no one really patrolling the boundary on the onside. And this one down the leg side came off something. Bolton Sayers is given chase, but ball has won the race, and umpire Cyrus Sipal has indicated leg by. So 4 leg byes to the still Gros Islet Knights. And it has taken them to 41.
Yeah, bad delivery there by calendar. Angling down the leg side, and Jad Goodman trying to heave it over mid-wicket. Didn't make contact, but the ball brushing his pads and beating the keeper to his right and down to the fine leg boundary for 4. So welcome boundary for the Gros Islet Knights.
Yes, certainly they would welcome every run. Everyone scored is 1 run less you have to score. So calendar to continue. Again, Goodman looking to heave this one into the onside, but a bit of cover on this occasion. We see Looks like Royce Paul is at the mid-wicket region, and Zayed Antoine at the backward square region. So these are the two boundary riders. This one short but angling in, looking to run it towards the third man region, but only succeeding playing it to short cover where Johnson Charles comes around. So the end of another over. Much better over there by Cornelius Calendar. With that, the score moves on to 32 for the loss of 1.
And I suspect Jad Goodman is playing out of character. That's not his style. He's trying to be too aggressive. So he'll have to calm down, especially losing his captain, Kimani Emelius. So he is the other veteran in the game. And so he'll have to calm down and face a few balls in order to really get in and support Tariq Edward.
Well, considering the fact that they are in the power play, they would want to try to maximize the power play. So teams nowadays, Joseph Mav, they are prepared to lose at least 2 wickets in the power play. But if they could get a score of 50, 60 plus runs, they would be satisfied.
If they can get, as you said, if. But they are also putting themselves at risk also.
So Royce Paul will be taking up the attack from the southern end. He would be replacing Daniel Jabatis. Short ball, and this is pulled. Possibility of a catch, and it is taken. Short ball outside the off stump. Chad Goodman looking to pull this one over the mid-on region, and only succeeding in getting the ball straight to Cornelius Calendar, who had the jump, but it was not a difficult catch. Regulation catch. So Gros Islet Knights, they have lost their second wicket, the opener in Jad Goodman.
Yes, so instead of trying and go through mid-wicket, he tried and go over long on, and he paid the price. Cornelius Calendar, a very good fieldsman, moving to his right smartly and taking a very good catch. So the South Castries Lions, they are roaring at the moment. They are very happy to see the back of both openers who can be destructive. And so the South Castries Lions, they are on top at the moment.
So Simeon Gerson, the new batsman. So the new batsman, it looks like Dylan Douglas. We said Simeon Gerson, but it looks like Douglas. And so 36 for the loss of 2. So a change in field, and short ball outside the off stump. Douglas looking to hit this one towards the wide mid-on region, but only succeeding in hitting it straight to Xavier Gabriel. No run resulting. Paul to continue. And this one, possibility of a catch. No, it is over the head, over the outstretched hand of Xavier Gabriel and down to the long on boundary for 4. So Douglas definitely has signaled his intention. He's prepared to deal in boundaries with the center.
Yes, good shot by Douglas. Paul was just a bit too short on this occasion. And Douglas rocking back and hitting it over the long area for 4. So good shot by Douglas. And the Gros Islet Knights will want Douglas and Tariq Edward to continue to see if they can reach close to that 193.
So with that boundary, the score moves on to 40 for the loss of 2. Douglas here has moved on to 8. And this one is short, and they got into position very quickly and dispatches this one towards the backward square region, and they have traveled all the way for 6. So poor bowling there by Royce Paul, and Douglas was quick into position and capitalized on that loose bowling.
Very poor bowling by Royce Paul. We know he can bowl better than that, but Douglas and the Gros Islet Knights will be very happy with the poor bowling of Royce Paul, and they will capitalize on anything short. Good going by Douglas.
So Royce Paul picking up the wicket of Chad Goodman. It's very early, but he has been very expensive. This is the 4th boundary he has considered. So Dylan Douglas certainly is dealing in boundaries. 2 4s so far. And is 6. The scores moved on to 46 for the loss of 2. We are in the 5th over. Again, this one is badly line delivery. This one is swept towards the backward square region for 4. So a very expensive over there by Royce Paul.
This is an over he will want to forget for a good while, because he was bowling some nothing deliveries and he was ill-treated by Douglas. And the Gros Islet Knights, despite losing 2 wickets, they have picked up the tempo a bit. And these two, Tariq Edward and Douglas, they will want to bat as long as possible. But the South Castries Lions will want to take another wicket or 2 to put the Gros Islet Knights under some pressure.
So the still Gros Islet Knights, they have moved on to 50 after 5. And the South Castries Lions, they have gotten their 50 in 5.1 over. So they did it in 1 ball fewer than the South Castries Lions. So certainly a good contest in the making there. The Silk Gros Islet Knights, they are going at 10 and over, so they are well above the required run width. It looks like there's going to be a change in bowling from the southern end. It looks like Larry Edward is going to come into the attack. Certainly they would want him to come in and keep things tight. Larry normally bowls at the back end of the inning, but he's required to come in earlier than normal, perhaps to look to stem the tide. At this point, they need to see the back of Dylan Douglas and Tariq Edward. It's Edward to Edward. And first ball outside the off stump. Play on a miss there by Tariq Edward. This one is struck firmly into the coverage and possibility of a run out. And the ball was to the left of Johnson Charles, who did a brilliant save and fired it into the keeper, but the keeper could not hold on in his quest to dislodge the bill. So had he held on to it, Joseph Muff it may have been a real close call.
Yes, brilliant work there by the big man, Johnson Charles. And it was a close call for the batsman, Tariq Edward. We dive for all it's worth, and he made it in the end. So, no damage done, and probably he has injured himself in the process.
Yes, we've seen the physio has gone out in the middle. So certainly he had to put in the dive to try to get back in the crease, and in the process may have the damage as well. You could see his right hand, as you could say, the magic spray, the cold spray has been applied to it, so it seems that he is okay, and he lives to fight another day. So good bit of fielding there by the veteran Johnson Charles, really throwing himself to his left and effecting a brilliant stop, and in one movement threw it back at the keeper. So it was brilliant all-round cricket there by the South Castries Lions.
Yes, and so the crowd, they are enjoying top-class cricket here at the Philly Park this evening.
So Joseph St. Margaret must be noted that Andrew Fletcher was unable to take the field. So he has somebody. There is a substitute, but we need to identify who is the substitute there. And this one, slow delivery there by Larry Edward, perhaps looking to beat Tariq Edward into playing a big shot. But he just plays it back to the bowler who comes to his right. No run resulting. And this one full onto the pads. He clips it into the mid-wicket region. They have gone for one very quickly. But the fielder has come up the mid-wicket boundary very quickly and prevented a single, restricting them just to one. It looks like Malcolm Monrose might be the one substituting for Andre Fletcher. So 51. Edward has moved on to 7. And he's comprehensively ball, looking to play across the line. The ball. Well, I thought he was comprehensively bowled, but it looked like the ball may have come off the hands of the keeper. We saw the zing bills lit up for that he was comprehensively bowled, but apparently the ball passed close to the stump, but it came off the keeper's gloves and back onto the stump. Hence the reason why we thought that he was comprehensively bowled. But good delivery there by Larry Edwards. And this one is driven straight to Colinus Calendar at shot. Mid off region. 1 run resulting. So Douglas moves on to 1. He moves on to 19, and the score moves on to 52 for the loss of 1.
Yes, and Brazilian Knights, they are pegging along. But remember, they have to score 193 for victory. And South Castries Lions, they will want to take 1 or 2 more wickets to really peg them back. So we are having a very interesting game out there in the middle. And let's see which team will be the victors at the end of the match.
So the end of the power play, the still Gros Islet Knights 52 for 2, and the South Castries Lions, the power play, they were 56. So the Lions, they just got 4 runs more than the still Gros Islet Knights. So basically the power play, basically even Stevens, one would say.
Most definitely, yes.
So Daniel Biroja Baptiste to continue from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Dylan Douglas. And this one is full, and here's LBW. No two ways about that from our vantage point. I think this one was missing off stump, it was missing leg stump. There's only one stump that could have been hitting, was the middle stump. So good breakthrough there by the South Castries Lions.
Bad shot again by one of the Gros Islet Knights batsmen. A ball on middle and off, and he hit across the line of the delivery, and he was plumb leg before umpire Amede had no hesitation in raising the index finger. So another blue stroke there for the South Castries Lions, and the Gros Islet Knights, they are in some bother.
Yes, they are in a spot of bother, but as you did indicate through St. Mark that they bat very deep, and it looks like Tyrell Chico is the one making his way out in the middle, and Chico again in the game on Sunday had a very breezy knock, 26 of just 6 deliveries. So there were quite a few maximums in there. So Chico definitely can hit a long ball. So the Gros Islet Knights, they would need a bit of consolidation at this point in time, even if it's for an over or two. And this one is clipped off the pad into the square leg region, where Johnson Charles comes off the boundary and rifles this one in to the keeper. 1 run resulting. So Tyrell Chico has opened his account. 52 now, 53, sorry, for the loss of 2. No, 53 for 3, sorry, my apologies, because Douglas was the last batsman out. Oh, and he's comprehensively bowled. Playing down the round line there. This one really squared him up. Looking to push towards the mid-on. And the off stump was rocked back. What a delivery there by Daniel Jabatis.
Yes, but the batsman made it look even better by playing across the line and not coming across and play straight. So the Gros Islet Knights, they are not doing themselves any justice. They are really playing some ill-advised shots. Well, having to score 193, you can say it's a big total, and they are not batting well at all. And so the South Castries Lions, they are roaring, and they are very happy with proceedings so far.
So yes, the still Gros Islet Knights, they have been rocked back in this over by Daniel Jabatis, picking up 2 wickets. First, you had Dylan Douglas trapped LBW for 19, and now Tariq Edward was comprehensively bowled for 7.
Yes, to get the century maker in the last game on Sunday. So Daniel Jean-Baptiste really is on a roll, and the Gros Islet Knights, they will have to get a partnership going. If not, they will be staring defeat in the eyes.
So Simeon Gerson has made his way to the crease. Again, Simeon Gerson had a good score here. I think my memory serves me right, he got into the 20s. He too did strike a few lusty blows up at Gros Islet on Sunday. But at this point in time, I think the still Gros Islet Knights, they need 2 batters to put their heads down and look to build a partnership. As I did indicate, they do need to consolidate it for at least an over or 2. And then, because we are just into the 7th over. So in terms of overs, there are quite a few overs left. They need to at least get close to the 10 over mark and then look to reassess. But they cannot afford to be losing wickets at such regularity like this. So Jabatis to continue, and good delivery brings Simeon forward in defense. No run resulting, so the South Castries Lions. And Daniel Jabatis certainly are tightening the screws at this point in time. Again, just outside the off stump, opens the face of the bat, but straight to Johnson Charles, who is at the point region, and we could hear the supporters of the South Castries Lions. They are certainly supporting the team. Again, wrapped on the pad, ball angling down the leg side. Gerson rehearsing the shot. Felt that he perhaps should have looked to clip this one up the pad, but I think he was camping on the back foot, probably anticipating the short ball. But the end of a very successful over for Daniel Jabatis and the South Castries Lions, picking up 2 wickets in the over.
Yes, the doubles blow struck there by Daniel Jabatis in the last over. And the South Castries Lions will be very happy with the work of Daniel Jabatis. So after scoring 192, which by no means a big total, but it is a working total. And so the South Castries Lions, they are really fighting and they are pegging the Gros Islet Knights back.
So 7 overs completed. 53 for the loss of 4, sorry, because we had a double blow in the last over. So Larry Edward to continue from the northern end. And Chico clips this one from all about middle and off into the wide mid-wicket region. And he's camper for a single. Zaya Antoine coming off the boundary, restricting them to just 1. So Simeon Gerson is on strike. So we see a change in the field. Zaya Antoine is now asked to drop on the cover boundary. Kester Shalman comes across from the onside into the cover region. And this one angling down the leg side. Perhaps a missed opportunity there by Simeon Gerson, looking to clip this one into the mid-wicket region. A ball angling down the leg side.
So the pressure is being applied there on the Gros Islet Knights. They cannot get the ball off the square at the moment. And the South Castries Lions, they are on top.
So Chico now on strike. A leg by was taken. Again, clip this one off the pad. They're going for 1 finger of a second, but Zayat one is coming hard, and there's a fumble. Chico certainly wanted the second, but it would have been tight if Zayat Antoine had fiddled the ball cleanly. But that's what aggressive running does sometimes. The split second, the batsman takes, the fielder takes his eyes off the ball to see if they're coming for the second, can result in a fumble. This one is tossed outside the off stump, firmly driven towards the cover region, and there's a fumble, a possibility of the ball going into the fence, and it looks like the fielder, Xavier Gabriel, somehow got himself into a tangle, and the ball has gotten over the ropes there for 4. So a fortuitous boundary there for Simeon Gerson and the Gros Islet Knights.
But they don't care how it comes. It's 4, and so there are 4 runs less to what they are chasing. But bad piece of fielding there by Gabriel. But we can forgive him. He is not fit like before.
Short delivery, comes on the back foot, punches this one through the cover region where Zayanton comes off the boundary. Restrict them to just 1. Score moves on to 61 for the loss of 4. And this one is pushed towards the cover, where the captain Comes across, prevents a single. So, in of a good over by Larry Edward. It was unfortunate that there was a mix-up with Gabriel in the field and a boundary was considered. But all in all, it was a good over bowl.
Yeah, good over by Larry Edward. The experienced Larry Edward from St. Lucian Windward Islands player. He's bringing all his experience to the fore here. And so the South Castries Lions, they still with their noses in front, but the Gros Islet Knights, they will want to bat as long as possible to get close to that 193.
So 61 for the loss of 4 after 8.
61 for 4 after 8.
So it looks like Zaire Antoine is going to pick up the attack from the southern end. He is coming to replace Daniel Jabatis. Jabatis had a double strike in the last over. So Antoine would need to come in and keep things tight. Certainly they won't want to release the sort of stranglehold that they have on the St. Gros Islet Knight at this point.
Don't you think he should have given Jabatis another over?
Well, I guess they are saving him for the back end. And this one shot outside the off stump. Gerson looking to access the point region. Certainly he realized if it could just get it past Johnson Charles, that's the possibility of picking up 4 easy runs. It's a good line of attack there by Zaire Antoine. Looking to bowl to his field. They're applying a 5-4 field. Outside the off stump, wide and called wide by the umpire on this occasion. So the score moves on to 62 with that extra. So Zaire Antoine certainly looking to bowl to the field. Joseph Map looking to keep things outside the off stump as much as possible.
Yes, but I think he's putting a little too much pressure on himself. He needs to relax.
And this one lofted drive. It looks like it will go all the way, and it has. So a slower ball, and the batsman Simeon Gerson spotted it very early and deposited it over the long on region for 6. So good shot there by Simeon Gerson.
Yes, and Simeon Gerson, he has really put on some size. I think he's pumping the iron with Simeon Gerson, because he was a very small man in the past, diminutive, but he has put some muscle, and he used his muscle to good effect, hitting that delivery over long on for 6. Good shot.
And so much so that it requires a replacement ball, because this one looked like it has been deposited into the Marshall Road. Well, it has just come back into play. Yes, so it was a good meaty blow struck there by Simeon Gerson, really depositing this one over the fence, over the gate, and into the Marshall Road. So with that, the score moved on to 68. Gerson has moved on to 11. So this one outside the off stump shot, and Gerson looking for the wide, but the umpire at square leg, Cyrus Sipal, has indicated just this one is just 1 for the over. So it's a legal delivery. So it was a real effort ball there by Zaire Antoine, sorry. Good shot there, just a lit dab towards the backward point region. Looks like Johnson Charles comes across and restrict them to just 1. So 1 more to the score, moves on to 69, and Gerson moves on to 12. 69 for 4. So still Gros Islet in a spot of bother, but they would need this to dig in at least until the 10th over. And this one short, crumping Chico for room, looking to access the onside, the backward square region. Ball coming out the glove. And they scamper through for a single. So one more to the total. Total moves on to 70. 70 for 4. Slow going, but steady.
Yes, they are keeping the scoreboard ticking along, but they need a few boundaries in between.
Again, just using the pace of the ball and place this one towards the point region. Johnson Charles comes off the backward point boundary quickly, restricted length to just 1. So with that, they moved on to 72. So 72 after 8, they still Gros Islet Knights.
Yes, they are moving along steadily, but as I said, they need a few boundaries in between to really keep up with the scoring, with the asking rate. But so far, the South Castries Lions, they are doing a very good job to restrict the scoring rate and also taking wickets.
Yes, so the still Gros Islet Knights, they no doubt would want a good contribution from these two. They are both capable. Tyrell Chico is a good, genuine all-rounder, and Simeon Gerson certainly has proven that he too knows a thing or two about batting. And this one angling down the leg side. Larry Edward is asking the question, asking for the NBW, but he should consider himself very lucky. That ball was not deposited over the boundary. Certainly it was angling down the leg side. Much better delivery on the stumps. Brings Gerson in defense, plays it to the captain, Kester Shalmine. No run resulting. So we hear in both comes are cheering for the team, the respective team, and this one looking to heave into the square leg region. Ball came off the bottom of the bat and did not travel too deep, just fell in the 40-yard circle. 1 run resulting. So 40, 72 now. 72 for the loss of 4. Edwards into Chico. They've gone for one quickly. Fingered up the second, but Larry is across very quickly. Prevents any thought of a second. So 73. So the still Gros Islet Knights, they are keeping the scoreboard ticking. They realize that they have lost a few wickets. They need to consolidate a bit. Yeah. And this one down the leg side looking to whip it towards the backward square region. Unable to put back to ball. Wide signal by umpire Cyrus Sipple. So this one outside the house stump. Keeper failed to collect cleanly, resulting in a bye. So 75 now. This one is played firmly to Xavier Gabriel, who comes off the long on boundary. 1 run resulting, so the score is moved on to 76. And this is the end of the 10th over, so we are at the halfway stage. 76 for the loss of for
They are 76 for 4.
Joseph St. Mark,
Just a bit of an update.
the
Francis Balastic ground in Gros
South Castries Lions. They were 99 after 10, so they are certainly behind the South Castries Lions at this point.
Yes, but the Gros Islet Knights, they will want to keep their wickets intact, and if they can afford to push on from here, they can reach close to that 193, because as I suggested, they are batting very deep. But losing the likes of Kimani Melius, the captain, and Jad Goodman, and Tariq Edward, and one or two others, it will be a hard ask for them. But cricket is a funny old game, so you can never tell. So we'll just wait and see to see what will happen at the end of the game.
So we two are going to have a quick break, and we're going to resume in a short while.
Looking for 193 for victory. It's game on. Let's see how it goes in the second half of that innings. BJ, take it away.
Mi maldita hermana.
So welcome back at the Mindofile Park, where these two teams are locked in battle, the still Gros Islet Knights and the South Castries Lions. South Castries Lions, they scored 192 when they batted first on the back of a 112 from Andre Fletcher, and the still Gros Islet Knights at the halfway stage, they are 76 for the loss of 4. So Tyrell Chico is on 6 not out, and Simeon Gerson 14 not out. Zaire Antoine to continue the attack from the southern end. So first delivery there, wayward delivery, angling down the leg side, and Chico just had to just tickle this one, get a bit of baton to it, and the ball has raised down to the long leg boundary for Joe. So a bad start to the in the resumption of play by Zaire Edward.
The bad delivery by Antoine, angling this ball on the legs of the batsman Chico, and he had no second invitation and just flicked it down to the boundary for 4. So a good start for the Gros Islet Knights, bad start for the South Castries Lions.
So 80 for the loss of 4. Short delivery there and wide signal there by umpire Leo Amede. So a bit of aggression there by the bowler Zaire Antoine, but really losing the plot in the process, gifting Gros Islet an additional runs. So 81 for the loss of 4. Still 112 runs away. Good change of delivery there by Zaire Antoine. The batsman Tyrell Chico looking for that big expansive drive there, but unable to put bat to ball. So good delivery there by Zaire Antoine.
Yeah, with the change of pace, it was a little slower, and Chico was playing a bit too early, and a dot ball goes into the book of John Smith and Nat.
So this one on about middle and leg, turns this one into the short backward square region where Charles comes off the boundary. Who does the fielding? 1 run resulting. So the score moves on to 82. Tyrell Chico moves on to 11. 82 for the loss of 4 if you're just joining us. Still Gros Islet Knights in search of 193 for victory. Outside the off stamp, and he plays sort of a late cut, but straight to the backward point region where Johnson Charles does the fill-in. 1 run resulting. So Simeon Gerson, he has moved on to 15. 83 for the loss of 4. So quiet proceeding at this stage. And this one lofted drop, possibility of a catch straight to Xavier Gabriel, who pouches this one. A good catch there by the veteran Gabriel. Pitch up delivery, looking for the lofted on drive, but could not get the elevation. He got the distance, but it was right in the outstretched hands of Xavier Gabriel on the long on boundary.
Would have been better advised to hit it a bit straighter over the bowler's head, but that was not to be. And the South Castries Lions, they taking another wicket, and Gros Islet Knights, they are under a lot of pressure right now with the majority of the batsmen back in the pavilion. But as I said, they are batting deep and they still have a fighting chance. But at the moment, it's all the South Castries Lions.
Yeah, the South Castries Lions, certainly they are the ones roaring at this point in time. The still Gros Islet Knights, they are away from the fortress at Gros Islet, and it looks like they are struggling a bit. It is worth noting that in last year's competition, the still Gros Islet Knights, they played virtually all their matches at home. So In 2 years, this is the first time they are playing away from home in the SPL.
Well, the Gros Islet Knights, they're having a bad night.
Incoming batsman is Lee John.
So Lee John has come out to join Simeon Gerson. Tyrell Chico was out for 11. So Zaya Antoine certainly would be happy with the dismissal of Chico. We know Chico certainly can be destructive if given a chance to bat for any lengthy period of time. John back on a cross and plays it into the short cover region where the captain fields. So the end of a successful over by Zion. And he did not start well. The first ball when Bartley line went for 4, but certainly was able to pick up the big scalp of Tyrell Chico.
Yes, it was a very good wicket to get at this stage. So putting more pressure on the Gros Islet Knights to get to that 193. So at the moment, the South Castries Lions, the noses are in front, and it will take a miracle now for the Gros Islet Knights to come back into this game.
Well, Larry Edward was trusted with the 12th over of the inning. Certainly Larry Edward would be looking to tighten the screws there. He normally does not give too many runs when he's bowling. Certainly a very experienced player. He was with the Windward Island Volcano for a number of years, played in the Regional 50 competition, and certainly was one of the more successful bowlers for the Windward Island Volcanoes. So he is taking up the attack there for the Lion. This one is clip off the pads to Bolton C. So reacts very slowly and a wild throw on top of it, which could have resulted in a second run if Legion had not overrun the crease. So 84 for the loss of 5 now. Simeon Gerson moves on to 16. Legion yet to get off the mark. As a matter of fact, this is the first delivery he'll be facing. This one from Larry, we could see a bit of turn, but Legion was pretty much equal to the task. Plays it back to the bowler, no run resulting. Edward continuing to keep things tight for the South Castries Lion. This one is fired in again. John can do no more but play it back to the bowler, who fields cleanly, no run resulting. So every dot ball is additional pressure on the still Gros Islet Knights. This one backing away, plays it to the left of Charlemagne at the short cover region, 1 run resulting. So Legion open his account, and with that the score moves on to 85 for the loss of 5. So good over so far by Larry Edward. He would want to end it well. This one angling down the left side, ball is turned off the pad there, but good work there by Bolton Sears on this occasion, moving in very quickly to prevent a single. So the end of a very tight over by Larry Edward.
Larry Edward using all his experience, as I said, a former St. Lucian Windward Islands player. So he's really tightening the screws there on the Gros Islet Knights. So the Gros Islet Knights, they will have to find a way to score the runs, but at the moment the South Castries Lions, they are roaring all over the Gros Islet Knights.
So some 8 overs remaining in the match, and still Gros Islet Knights. They still need a further 108 runs, Joseph said Mark. So certainly it is becoming a tall order for them. We'll work out what is the asking rate in a while.
85 for 5.
Yeah, but it's a tall order, but it's not impossible. A few lusty blows and keeping the wicket intact, they can reach close to it. But at the moment, it's all South Castries line. As there's a bowling change from our end, it looks like the captain.
Yes, so
Mr. Charlemagne.
The still Gros Islet Knights, they would require 13.5 runs and over. But it's not important. It's not impossible to get that, but it is a much bigger field than the Gros Islet playing field with their customer playing on. And this was the delivery from Sylvester. The batsman Lee John pushes this one into the short cover region, where he's scamper through for a single. But as I did indicate to you in Sunday's game, in 9 overs they were able to score 171 runs. But we do not have the likes of Tariq Edward at the wicket at this point. Simeon Gerson did play his part as well as Lee John, but it's going to be a tall order to replicate that here. This one is driven firmly towards the point boundary, and Johnson Charles unable to come across in time. So good shot there by Simeon Gerson, accessing the point boundary for 4.
Yes, Kester Charlemagne shot and wide outside the off stump, and giving Simeon Gerson the whiff to free his arms, and he frees arms to perfection to the backward point area, and he got a welcome boundary.
So with that boundary, Gerson moves on to 20. Scored 90 for the loss of 5. And this one is hit high in the air. It's going to go all the way into our direction, and one of the media workers was not following the game. He was on the phone, and he was in the line of danger. So 6 runs there by Simeon Gerson, really endangering one of the media workers there who was momentarily distracted on his phone. Huge 6 there by Simeon Gerson. So with that 6, he moves on to 26, and the score moves on to 96. Surprisingly, the young man got hit on his head, and his head is still down in the phone, and he's not worried about the ball that struck him on the head. Amazing with those youngsters nowadays. So, good full Yorker delivery outside the off stump. Good response there by Kester Charlemagne after being struck for that huge 6. So Charlemagne to continue. Wide outside the off stump, and signal wide by the umpire. So 1 more to the score. Moves on to 97. Outside the off stump. Cover region where Royce Paul comes off the boundary and restrict them to just 1. So 98 the score. Gerson moves on to 27. can hear the fans chanting in the stands, "Let's go, Gros Islet, let's go." And I'm certain South Castries would be responding to them momentarily. And this one is York and Lem. Definitely a bit of bats involved there. We could have heard the two sound from here. So that is what clearly would have saved him. It's a good Yorker delivery there by the captain, Kester Shalmine.
But the Gros Islet Knights, they will be very happy with that last over from Kester Shalmine, because he was struck for 4 and 6. And one of our the cameramen in the area got hit on his head. So the Gros Islet Knights, they will want to continue to see if they can reach close to that 193. But the South Castries Lions, they will need to take 1 or 2 more wickets to put the Gros Islet Knights under more pressure.
So 14 overs completed. And the Lions are looking to keep things tight with every passing over. The run rate, required run rate, it's climbing. First delivery there, this one is heave into the mid-wicket region for 6. So Lee John.
100 comes up for the same Gros Islet Knight with that boundary 6.
So 105 with the 6. So it looks like McDonald has come into the attack. And short, wide outside the house. He plays this one into the extra cover region where Royce Paul comes up the boundary and restrict them to 1. So Lee John he has moved on to 10. They score 106 for the loss of 5. The still Gros Islet Knights, they are not going to go down without a fight. McDonald to continue this one. Angle down the leg side, the possibility of they went for a quick run. Leg by signal by umpire Cyrus Sipal. 1 more to the score. Moves on to 107 for the loss of 5. So you could see Joe St. Malvisto are pretty much prepared to run for every available run. They know the importance of it. This one by McDonald fired wide outside the off stump. Not called wide by the umpire, so good delivery. Precious dot ball recorded. Again, this one outside the off stump. And Lee John has threw the bat at this one, gets on the edge. The ball has gone past the keeper down to the vacant footman boundary for 4. So a fortuitous boundary, but every run matters at this point.
Yes, so in the last 2 overs, the Gros Islet Knights has really upped the tempo, and they will want to continue because they are chasing 193, and it's still a long way to go.
Again, this one is shot outside the off stump. It's firmly struck into the extra cover region where the captain, Kester Shalmine, fails and prevents a single. So at the end of the 14th over, the still Gros Islet Knights, they are 111 for the loss of 5.
Yes, so as I said, in the last 2 overs, they are really up the tempo, but they will have to continue because 193 is a lot of runs. But the South Castries Lions, they will want to take 1 or 2 more wickets to really put the pressure back on the Gros Islet Knights. But at the moment, we are having a very good contest out there in the middle.
Yes, certainly a good contest between bat and ball. And we could say there's a small conference going on between this senior player, Johnson Charles, Daniel Jabatis and Kester Shalman, and it looks like Daniel Jabatis is going to be introduced into the attack. They have certainly realized the need for a wicket perhaps at this point to really stem the flow of runs. And Daniel Jabatis, he has picked up 3 wickets so far. He had Kimani Melius bowl. He had Tariq Edward bowled also. And Dylan Douglas trapped LBW. So he has picked up some free scalp for this evening. And started off with a dot ball. Piece of delivery outside the off-stump, and Simeon Gerson was into the shot a bit too early. And he is only hitting the ball back to the bowler. So 3 for 40 from Daniel Jabatis. Decent return so far. Oh, this one is a full delivery and wide call. No ball, sorry, called by the no ball signal by the umpire. So the still Gros Islet Knights will be getting a free hit. Simeon Gerson would certainly hope he can get this one over the boundary rope. See if he can get a maximum in the process to help the cause. They are certainly behind the 8 ball at this stage. And this one, he heaves it over the wide, long on boundary for 6. So certainly he has capitalized on that free hit and moves the score to 118 for the loss of 5.
Good shot by Gerson, a shot delivery by Jean-Baptiste, and Gerson pulling it over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. So good shot by Gerson, and they need to really push on from here.
So he has moved his personal tally to 33. And this one outside the off stump, full. It's it straight to the captain. Kester Shalman was at the extra cover region. 1 run resulting. 119 for the loss of 5. So the still Gros Islet Knights, they are still fighting, but it's coming increasingly more and more difficult for them. With every passing over, they are unable to get the required run rate. So the batsman Lee John just pulling away at the last minute. This is not something any fast bowler would appreciate. Just when he was about to deliver, the batsman pulled away. So he had to abort the run.
So we might see a bouncer.
That might be a typical fast bowler response. And this one, full delivery, and it has been heaved over the wide mid-wicket region for 6. So Lee John is certainly on the move. Good timely blow struck there by the young man.
Yes, and as I indicated, Gros Islet Knights, they are batting very deep, so they still have a chance. And that was a lusty blow hit there by Lee John. And so Daniel Jabatis is under some pressure, but he will have to keep his composure and bowl a better line and length to the young man.
So Jabatis continue to John. And this one again in the similar direction. And Royce Paul is just a mere spectator. This one has sailed over his head for another 6. So certainly Lee John looked like he is going to up the ante at this point.
Wow, consecutive 6s in the same area over mid-wicket by Lee John, and Daniel Jean-Baptiste is under a lot of pressure, and all the senior players are coming around him to give him some word of advice, but Lee John is in a no-nonsense mood.
Yes, like I said on Sunday, the final over, the 20th over of the game, Lee John struck some 3 consecutive 6s. And there was one in particular that went in the direction of the Gros Islet Primary School. So basically the same direction where he has struck those last two. He seems to favor that wide mid-wicket region. And a good change of pace delivery there outside the off stump. So a good end to the over there by Daniel Javates, but expensive. Lee John hitting consecutive sixes. And in the process, Lee John has brought his personal tally to 26. 131 for the loss of 5.
The Gros Islet Knights, they have the shining armor on and they are not putting the shining armor down. They are fighting that war confidently. So it's a war between the Knights with the shining armor and the South Castries Lions. So what a match, what a fight. How will it end after the 20th over? We just have to wait and see.
So a single there to Simeon Gusson. 132 now for the loss of 5. So we hear the fans chanting, "Let's grow, Gros Islet, let's grow." They still believe in their team. And likewise, the South Castries Lions supporters, they asking for a wicket. We need a wicket. Could clearly hear there's one voice in particular I think I recognize. It was a staunch supporter of the South Castries Lions. This one, Yorker delivery right on the line, so perfectly executed there by Colinius Calendar. Legion able to get back to it, but only resulting in 1 run. So the score moves on to 143.
Good ball by Calendar. Yorker just outside of stump.
This one is firmly driven by Gusson Sidnian down to the long boundary, resulting in 1 run. So 134. Lee John advancing down the wicket, looking for that almighty heave. Perhaps looking to go across the line. Rehearses the shot and realizes now he should have targeted the cover region. A little too late for that. Ball is already gone into the gloves of the wicketkeeper. So good dot delivery there by Colinius Calendar. Again moving outside the off stump, looking to heave this one towards the long on region, or wide long on, his favorite area, but unable to get the elevation. Was struck all along the carpet, and the veterans Harvey Gabriel came off the boundary very smartly, restricting them to just 1. So the battle continues with Simeon Gusson, and he gives them the charge again. Change of delivery. He had to check the shot. So good intelligent bowling there by Colinius Calendar, prepared to mix it up.
Yes, that's the right thing to do at this moment, because the batsman will want the ball to come on to play through the line, but he's mixing his deliveries. And so, as I said, we are having a very good battle out there between the two teams. the Gros Islet Knights, they are not putting down the shining armor, and the South Castries Lions, they are still have the confidence that they can devour the Gros Islet Knights.
So clearly we saw a message was sent out from the Gros Islet Knights dressing room. They're certainly aware of. So some 4 overs remaining, 24 deliveries. ...24 deliveries to get 57.
They require 57 from 24.
This one is pulled towards the mid-wicket region. Good stop there by the fielder. Looks like the captain, Kester Shalmine. So at the starting of this over, Joseph St. Mab, the required rate was 14.25.
Yes, it's a big ask. But as I said, the Gros Islet Knights, they're batting very deep, and these two are well set. So we can have a very interesting game here tonight.
Yes, certainly they will not go down without a fight. And these two at the crease, they are very much capable. So Antoine to John. And this one, he pulls it into the vacant mid-wicket region, in fact, square leg region for 4. So poor delivery there by Zaire Antoine. Short, begging to be hit, and Lee John certainly obliged.
Yes, I think the captain missed a trick there in giving Antoine a next over, but he's the captain out there. So the Castries Lions, they are paying the penalty there for some sloppy fielding and bowling, and the Gros Islet Knights, they are really giving it a fight. They are not putting down the shining armor, and so the South Castries Lions will want to devour them. But a good match in our hands, Greg Wilson.
Yes, certainly. Number 1 and number 2 last year, and Lee John, he has gone through his favorite area again, the white mid-wicket region, and this one has gone all the way for 6. So 6 more to Lee John and to the Gros Islet Knights.
Yes, and the problem with Zion Antoine is not mixing his deliveries. All the deliveries are coming at the same pace, and that's what Lee John really wants at the moment, to go through with the shot. Really and truly, Lee John is playing a marvelous innings for his team.
So again, full delivery outside the off stump. He is able to tuck this one into the onside. And throw coming from Royce Paul. So 148.
Some 24 runs from 12 balls up in Gros Islet. So it's on a knife edge at Gros Islet, and it's getting much closer here.
Yeah, so up in Gros Islet, 24 from 12, and here we are locked in a battle, heated battle at this point, with Simeon Gerson and Lee John at the crease doing battle for the Gros Islet Knights. Good slow ball there by Zaire Antoine, but the keeper unable to collect cleanly, and they're able to scamper through for a bye. So these two, they are very alert out in the middle. Every opportunity that presents itself to steal a run, they are prepared to do it. Turn 1.5 into 2s as well.
They are doing a fantastic job for the Gros Islet Knights, and the South Castries Lions will have to take 1 or 2 wickets to peg the Gros Islet Knights back. But at the moment, the Gros Islet Knights are giving it a fight.
So 149. And this one wide, and the keeper does not collect cleanly, so 2 more runs to the score. So 151 now. The still Gros Islet Knights, they have brought up the 150. So still additional 42 more runs left. 42 more runs for victory. So the Gros Islet Knights, certainly they are still keeping their hopes alive with this though. It's turning out to be a very thrilling encounter. Change of delivery, but it's driven to David Gabriel at the mid-off region. 1 run resulting. So 152, the end of the 17th over. So 3 overs left. Joseph St. Mark and the still Gros Islet Knights, they required another 41 more runs.
Yes, it's not impossible. And the way these two are batting, they can overhaul that 193. The only chance the South Castries Lions has at the moment, they have to take wickets and take them at regular interval. But if not, the Gros Islet Knights, they will overhaul that 193.
So they certainly, well, as much as you did indicate they need to take wickets, but I think a few tight overs can certainly do the trick as well. So the required rate now has dropped to 13.66. The last over they started at 14.25.
All right,
so
again, just another update. In the last over, the Babylon Leatherbacks, they require 14 runs in the last 6 balls. And over here, it is still very
So we just saying up at Gros Islet, 14 runs in 6 deliveries. And over here, 41 in 18. And certainly, you could see that the South Castries Lions, they are under a bit of pressure. Guess who they have called upon to rescue? The veteran, Xavier Gabriel.
Well, it's a good move, but let's see if it will work out. But they are under some pressure at the moment.
Yes, certainly the first game they played in the top now, in the opener against the Babylon Leatherback, Gabriel did not bowl. So I thought he was probably carrying a niggle or something. And this evening as well, he's coming in with some 40 runs required. He's coming in the 18th over. So that says to you that they're looking at relying on experience right now. And first delivery, right on the money, brings Simeon Gerson forward. But he's still able to run this delivery down to the short footman region. Gets a single. 153 for the loss of 5. Some 40 more runs required of 17 delivery. Still game on. Certainly this game can go down to the wire. And this one is a full delivery, and it is LBW. Lee John saw the ball was full, was into the shot, but Xavier Gabriel somehow held this one back a bit, and he was into the shot long before the ball had arrived. And he was struck right in front of this wicket and was adjudged LBW by umpire Cyrus Sipal. So a good breakthrough by the veteran Xavier Gabriel.
Yes, as I indicated, it was a good move by the captain. We just had to wait and see if it would work out. And so they get the dangerous Legion, Xavier Gabriel, a slower delivery on about middle and off. Legion hitting across the line, and he was plumb leg before. Umpire Cyrus Sipal had no hesitation in raising the index finger. So a big blow struck there by Xavier Gabriel and the South Castries Lions.
Yeah, so very timely blow there by the South Castries Lion. Certainly the South Castries Lion, they have quite a bit of depth in their bowling, because you have the likes of Xavier Gabriel is coming in the 18th over. You still have the likes of Bolton Sayers, who has not bowled at all. So certainly There's a bit of depth, and this one, full delivery. It's been chipped. Is that Cyril at the crease?
New batsman for the Sail Gros Islet.
That's why I was surprised when he gave Antoine another over. I was surprised.
Cyril is off the mark with one. This one wide outside the off stump. Gerson backing away to a ball just on the line and misses this one. It goes through to the wicket keeper. So Xavier in the midst of a very tight 18th over. And again, this one pace of delivery. And Simeon Gerson really a bit too early into the shot. So certainly the South Castries Lions, they have called on the most experienced bowler at a very crucial time. And so far he has delivered.
Yes, he's doing the job for them.
Gabriel again. And Simeon Gerson is attempted a reverse sweep. And a bad miss there by the wicket keeper. The ball has gone through and he has considered poor by his last delivery of the over when David Gabriel had done all the hard work. So they have gifted the Sail Gros Islet Lions 4 runs.
Yeah, so probably the batsman put the keeper off. But anyway, the Gros Islet Lions, they will mine another boundary. So they are getting closer to what they need, 193. But we are having a very good game here at the Mindo Philip Park. But as we heard, Babono, well, they have won the game up at Gros Islet.
So certainly we do not have a clear winner here as yet. But certainly the South Castries Lions, they would be in the driver's seat at this point. 45 required, 47 of 12.
So they won with 2 balls to
So 47,
and of course we have
47 in 12 here. We're talking about 18 and a half and over. So it's a big ask. And he is comprehensively bowled. Yorkerland delivery there by Chester Shalmain. We know he is one of the better depth bowlers that we have in this game. And certainly, come up the hour, come up the man. The captain is leading by the front, Joseph Thunberg.
Yes, a good blow struck there by Chester Shalmain. Cyril is no slouch with the bat, but he got a good Yorker, in-swinging Yorker. And he was comprehensively beaten and bowled. So South Castries Lions, they are getting back into the game. So what a game we are having here at the Mindo Philip Park.
Yes, certainly. This one is going down to the wire, but I think with 17 and a half, 18 and a half to get Joseph Mouth, I think if I had a betting dollar, it would be on the South Castries Lions.
No, well, I don't think so, Greg. I will just opt to just stay out of the betting zone because the Gros Islet Lions can still win.
That's it. I think it's the wicket keeper Ashton Alexander.
New batsman Ashton Alexander.
This one is firmly struck there by Alexander. But in the way is the veteran Xavier Gabriel. Restrict them to just one. So 50. 59, 159. So a few changes Simeon is struck in the air and straight to Daniel Jean-Baptiste, who puts in the dive. So Daniel Jean-Baptiste can do no wrong this evening. Picked up crucial wickets. And now he has put in the dive to see the back of Simeon Gerson, who really fought for the team, but it may just be a fight that was in vain.
A brilliant catch there by Daniel Jean-Baptiste, the big fast bowler, diving and picking up the ball inches off the ground. So a good knock there by Simeon Gerson, but he was outfoxed there by Kester Shalmine. And so the South Castries Lions, they're really getting back into the game. So it's a ding-dong battle out there between the two teams. But at the moment, the South Castries Lions, their noses are in front.
Kester Shalmine, 40 from 38 with 2 fours and 3 sixes.
So the Sil Gros Islet Knights certainly they are under tremendous pressure there to pull off that victory. As I said, I think the pendulum has tilted more in the direction of the South Castries Lions. You have 2 new batters at the crease. Young Isaiah Jones will be taking strike. And this one, lofted drive, but one bounce to Xavier Gabriel, unable to go the full distance to get the maximum. So good bowling there by Kester Shalmine. At this stage of the game, the singles certainly cannot hurt the South Castries Lions. Gros Islet needs a few maximum. And this one a slower ball, full yoke length, unable to get the elevation required. Only succeeding driving down to the man Collinus Calendar coming off the long off boundary. One more run resulting. So 160. Still some 33 runs adrift. Another slow ball, pace of delivery there. And right in the block hole. Isaiah Jones can do no more but guide it to Larry Edward at the short backward point region. So the end of another successful over for the South Castries Lions. And the Sil Gros Islet Knights, they need some 43 runs in the last over. So 19 overs gone.
So it's a big ask for the Gros Islet Knights, but stranger things have happened in cricket, so you cannot count them out. But at the moment, the South Castries Lions, the noses are in front, and the fans to my left, they are happy. But you can never tell what will happen in cricket, so you just have to wait until the over has ended to know what will be the result. But at the moment, as I said, the South Castries Lions are in front.
Yes, I think 40 plus runs in the last over, Joe. I think it is pretty much over by the shouting for this Sil Gros Islet. I cannot see the veteran Xavier Gabriel going for 40 runs in this over. But stranger things have happened in cricket, as I said. But I don't see that happening. First delivery, looking to be cute. A delivery outside the off stump. Losing to play a reverse paddle. So at this point, even if they were to hit 5 sixes, they would have still lost the game. And I cannot see Isaiah Jones hitting Xavier Gabriel for 5 sixes.
So it was a good move to bring Xavier Gabriel into the attack, and he has really paid dividends for the South Castries Lions.
So the presiding umpire has the for a change of ball. Look like from what we could see, the square leg umpire, that ball looked like it has been damaged. So 5 deliveries left. Xavier Gabriel and Isaiah Jones looking for that elevation, but a good Yorkerland delivery there, and he only succeeded finding Cornelius Calendar on the long on boundary, a 1-run resulting. Free. Still 30 runs adrift. And Ashton Alexander advancing down the track, looking to deposit this one perhaps in the Masha River. But to no avail, the ball goes through to the keeper. So certainly the South Castries supporters are celebrating already. The writing is certainly on the wall. The fat lady have been singing for the longest while, and this one, good shot there by Ashton Alexander, depositing this one outside of the ground. Youth 6 there by Ashton Alexander, showing that he has the ability to hit a long ball, but too little too late.
Yes, a good shot by Alexander. Xavier Gabriel pitching up to the wicketkeeper batsman, and he hit that high and long over mid-wicket for 6. But as you indicated, Greg Wilson, it's a little bit too late, and the South Castries Lions, they will be the victors at the end of this over.
This one again looking for that big heave, top edge, and the keeper comes across and takes a comfortable catch. So Ashton Alexander looking to repeat the previous shots, looking to heave Xavier Gabriel out of the ground, succeeding in getting a top edge and presenting a relatively easy catch to the wicket keeper.
Yeah, sweet revenge for Xavier Gabriel after he was struck for that mighty 6 over mid-wicket by the batsman. The next delivery, he going for a similar shot. He got a top edge, and the wicket keeper did the rest. So the South Castries Lions, they will win this game. So a good performance by the South Castries Lions, and the Gros Islet Knights, they will have to go back to the drawing board.
And Xavier Gabriel, Darwin Ford was comprehensively bowled by
yes, so Xavier Gabriel clean ball in the last batsman there. So good effort by the South Castries line, and a good choice by Amakesta Sharman to bring Xavier Gabriel into the attack.
Yes, so we have witnessed Joseph Senmap hard-fought game there by the Gros Islet Knights, but at the end, the South Castries Lions, they found a way to get over the finish line, and they had to call on the veteran, the experienced Xavier Gabriel to bowl the 18th over and the 20th over, which really, one would say, put the nail in the coffin of the Gros Islet Knights.
Yes, if the Gros Islet Knights had any chance to overhaul that 190 feet, they needed a big partnership between Jad Goodman and the captain Kimani Melius, but it was not to be, and so they fall short. So a good game, but the South Castries Lions, they played the better cricket.
Yes, so in search of 193, you had Kimani Melius bowl Daniel Jabatis for 17. Jack Goodman caught Royce Paul. Cornelius Calendar, bowl Royce Paul for 4. Tariq Edward was Bull Daniel Javatis for 7. Dylan Douglas, LBW General Javatis for 19. We had Tyrell Chico, caught Xavier Gabriel, Bullseye Antoine for 11. And useful contribution again from Lee John was LBW's Gabriel for 35. The wicketkeeper Ashton Alexander, he was caught the keeper Janelle Chandler, Bull Xavier Gabriel for 8. And Davin Ford was comprehensively bull of the last delivery by Xavier Gabriel for a duck. And Isaiah Jones was not out on 2. So the South Castries Lion registered a comprehensive win. They won by 24 runs. So we come to the end of this part of the broadcast. We ask you to stay tuned where we will have the post-match ceremony.
Tell me when you're ready.
2, 1, 2, are we good? Good evening, and you ready? Talk to me.
You ready, Gala? Alright, go ahead, smile.
Good evening, and welcome to the post-match presentation for this game here tonight in the SPL 6. Here at the Minnefield Park, the St. Gros Islet, they took on the Dr. Freezers of Castries Lions, and of course, we saw what went down earlier. St. Gros Islet won the toss, and they elected to bowl first, and of course, South Castries Lions, they posted a really sizable total and restricted the St. Gros Islet. Invite the captain of the St. Gros Islet, Kimani Melius, to the mic. Kimani, and tonight, coming into this game, what was the feeling coming up the really huge victory on Sunday night? What was the feeling, what was the plan coming into this game?
Continuing that game, and then fortunately, Fletcher beat us. South Castries was the
But knowing that you come up against South Castries on paper, that team looks really talented with all the experience and the West Indies players. What was the plan for the team? Was there a plan for those guys coming into the game?
Yeah, there was a plan. Sadly, we didn't execute our plan as for long periods. Like I said, Fletcher must be commended for the way he played. Also, our bowlers must be commended for the way they brought the game back. South Castries could have at least scored 200 to start the game.
If you had to single out one player on your side and the difference he made tonight, who would that be?
I would say the NC, I'll single out two. I'll put you on.
But that day to became close enough. If you had to do it again, what would you do?
I believe we lost 20 wickets in the power play. We should have at least assessed conditions better. We went too hard too early, and it was harder for us to score runs in the back end.
Excellent. And what was the plan for the rest of the tournament?
We learn from our mistakes and we come back stronger.
Excellent. All the best for the rest of the tournament. Defending champions looking to defend. Kimani Melius, all the best, and moving on with this one. Cheers. And that was Kimani Melius, the captain of the St. Gros Islet. I want to invite the captain of the winning team here tonight, the Dr. Freezer, South Castries Lions, Kester Salman. Kester, a great feeling, a great win for you tonight. Congratulations. How's it feeling? Yeah, you lost the toss. How do you call it? But when you lost the toss and you were certain, what was the plan going into that?
At the end of the day, I mean, you should be very quick to know what's good at the game for the partners to go to do well, for the partners to do well. So it was a matter of just to go out there and
Your second match of the season, and you made it all the way to the finals last year. And what was the strategy, what was the plan heading into season 6 of the SPL? You had McDonald doing fantastic last year, and this year you hold third by Fletcher coming in and how do you manage all of this talent and all of these big personalities in the camp?
At the end of the day, guys like Fletcher and they just get in the shot, the younger players, and it's everything for the experience, good competitors, and as well, so it's a good thing for the competition and this place.
We're not seeing a lot of that people we're getting the ball. What's up with that?
You know already, Fletcher like Xavier as a trump card, so when needed, Xavier will be there.
But really fantastic spell from Daniel Jabatis tonight. What did you say to him coming into this game?
I mean, coming off, the GBs, he was a recipient of one of the awards, so he's on IS, and we're just happy he was given to the first tonight.
Yes, the same team was definitely up and all the back end into the regular. It's happening, it's fantastically well. So, congratulations again, Kester, and what's the plan for the rest of the tournament for South Africa?
Plan is simple, let's keep it to get all of the
Congrats again, and all the best for the rest of the tournament. Cheers. Beautiful. Kester Salman, captain of the Dr. We saw him on the back end, struggling a little bit, but he is man of the match tonight, Andre Fletcher. A wonderful innings, and we will have Selena Ross to present the man of the match. Oh, there's money in there? Oh, yes. Excellent. And a little shot here. Fletch, congratulations. Another man of the match in SPL 6. You missed out on SPL 5. But what's the feeling at SPL 6? And I know you love it here, but what's the feeling coming into SPL 6?
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be being here. I'm excited and always happy to be here. I'm quite happy to be here.
Yeah, but you missed out on the first game of the tournament. Tonight, I heard that somebody said in certain quarters, you did indicate that you were going to get 100 by the hook. What was the mindset going into the series?
I was just really positive. Not only myself, but I was letting the guys know as well. I myself, the ball is going to be try our best to execute as we know how great us team is and they beat us last year in the finals. And for sure, I'm back to see if we can get that title.
We didn't see you with the club at the back end of your innings. We saw a little bit of a struggle. What was that? Was that just some progress? There's something to worry about.
I don't want to mention much, but hoping that I can recover as quickly as possible. Taking our next game is on Saturday, so fingers crossed, maybe get some treatment and
excellent. I'm told Aaron has some good air. Once you bring that, you should be all right. So all the best and congratulations again. Hoping for many more men of the match this week. Great. That was Andre Fletcher, man of the match in tonight's encounter. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the post-match presentation for this match here this evening. The South Castries Lions, they've won it against the St. Lucia Knights.